reaching theme today. Again, a lot of clouds. You might see a couple of peaks of sun, and if you do, low 80s will be possible here today. As we head through tonight, that's when we start to see the changing up. This is midnight. This may be your high temperature tomorrow. Official in the books, 73. But that's not how you are going to see your day on Wednesday. Here comes the front dropping into the area. Showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder. It's a very thin band. It's not going to be very long that it moves through your area. But at 3 o'clock in the morning, it could have some rumbles of thunder associated with it. And that wind's going to get the whipping along that boundary as it's making its way south and eastward. Should be moving out of the area by 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Most of the rain should be exiting into our easternmost communities, southernmost communities. But notice we went from 73 at midnight to 55 by 6 a.m., and we continue to drop into the 40s. Not to mention the winds are going to be whipping out of the north and west at this point. So most of the rain's done by midday, but the winds are going to be whipping. It's going to be just downright cold and raw throughout the day with a lot of clouds. You might see a peak or two of sun as we head through the day. Lots of clouds starting off with temperatures in the 30s early on Thursday morning, rebounding to the low 50s and getting ready for the next wave of rain to advance into the region overnight Wednesday into Thursday. No severe weather expected with this, but we will likely see some rain showers to advance in our direction, bringing us a chance for some cooler weather, the cooler weather to get out of here. This is the beginning of that process going into the end of the week. So let's take a look at your 7-day forecast. Of course, the winds, the biggest issue here today. The winds then switch around tomorrow, and it becomes its own set of issues for tomorrow. Look at the feels like temperatures. Of course, today we're running up into the 70s, near 80 degrees. Then here comes the front, comes slicing and dicing through the area. Get you about 3 o'clock in the morning. Cape Girardeau with a feels like temperature 37. It's still feeling like it's in the upper 60s here at 3 a.m. here in Memphis. Take you to 6 a.m. Now the cold front moving through, we feel like 46. It still feels like the 60s in Oxford. And guess what? By 9 o'clock, it feels like the 30s, feels like the 20s in Jonesboro. And so you get the idea. The cold weather definitely on the way, my friends. This is what you're going to have to contend with heading into your afternoon hours, your day on Wednesday in the wake of this front. So while you've got 70s today, these 50s are not going to be there very long either. Again, this is a falling temperature day. We get that system out of here, 50s again on Thursday. Next wave of rain moving in here overnight Thursday into early Friday. Then the warming trend gets us back to the 70s. And Andrew, looks like we do have another risk for some rain and storms moving in late Wednesday into Tuesday of next week. We'll keep an eye out on that as well. In the meantime, again, we're kind of bookending the 7-day forecast with some 70s. In between there, a burst of winter coming back into the fold across the Mid-South.
So a couple things, Patrick, you know, that Covington house that was torn or destroyed due to the wind, I couldn't help but think of the children's nursery rhyme of the big bad wolf and the 3 little pigs blowing the house down. But the other thing is, are we in false fall? Is that where we are right now?
Fall? No.
Or false spring.
Yeah, it's fall spring, definitely, yes. Because, again, it's a reminder that, yes, we are about to come out of February. February ends here. This is March 1st right here, and we're going to still be running below average. Now, I want you to know this here is going to be running below average. This is closer to average. We should be in the upper 50s, close to 60 degrees for the beginning portion of March. 70s are more akin to early April. So while we will have a burst of winter, we go springing back into spring again. We're at this, this weird pivot point right now where we're kind of bobbing back and forth between winter and spring. And the weather is letting us know that by its temperature regime. Even the next system that comes down the pipeline for next week, it doesn't look like it has a ton of cold air locked up behind it. So that will be something else that we'll be keeping an eye on as well over the course of the next couple of days. This may be the coolest stretch that we get in the next probably 10 days or so before we, kind of get these systems to come and go over the course of the next 2 weeks or so.
Okay, and anything long-term? I know I see the 7-day, and you talked about it extensively. Anything beyond that next Monday?
This is a system that's coming through here. That's why we have a 30% chance on Monday. There's a system that's coming through here Monday night into Tuesday. So that's just beyond the 7-day. Beyond that, again, temperatures, we're going to be in a very unsettled pattern probably to start off the month of March with several waves of storms just kind of coming down the pipeline, pretty quick succession. So that's why you don't see very much let up in the rain chances. They're ever present in a sense. They may be lower one day, higher another day. It just depends on how it all plays out. But at any rate, it's an unsettled pattern that's going to be unfolding for us over the course of the next couple of weeks here in the Mid-South.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us and giving us the download. We appreciate it, Patrick. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, there's another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. We're going to be checking in with Cindy Hawkins, who's on the scene of some breaking news in 60 seconds. Okay, Andrew Douglas here, back in the Action News 5 digital desk. We got some breaking news we'd like to get to out of North Memphis right now. There is a fire that happened about an hour ago at Chelsea and Boxwood. That's where we find Action News 5. Cindy Hawkins live on the scene for the latest information. Cindy.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. This fire, Memphis Fire Department, still on the scene, still pretty active scene. They have a large portion of this street, Chelsea Avenue and Lambert, blocked off, and you can see the smoke still coming from this building. Still trying to figure out what exactly this building is in this area, but there are a lot of neighbors here just kind of showing concern for the building. I want to also note the fire department is right next door to because of their fire department, literally walking distance. So I imagine they were able to move their engines pretty quickly. The firefighters were able to get over here and kind of contain this. You can see some damage to the roof, but it's not, it doesn't seem to be an extensive amount of damage. Again, still working to figure out what building this is, which you can see a lot of neighbors here showing their concern. Andrew?
Okay, it looks like the fire is out, Cindy. Is that in fact the case? Are they putting out hotspots?
Yeah, fire seems to be out. You can still see a little bit of smoke from the exterior. Of course, we can't see what's happening inside, but it looks to be that the fire is out. We haven't seen any more hoses going out, any more water being sprayed here. You can see a little bit of smoke, but I don't see an active fire at this moment.
Okay, all right. Cindy Hawkins reporting live for us in North Memphis near Chelsea and Boxwood. Cindy, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, that is the latest information on that as we take another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. Lots of wind out there. We'll be talking more about the forecast and more news in 60 seconds. All right, back here live in the Action News 5 digital desk. You're taking a live look from our cloudy High Five camera there in Midtown of Memphis. 65 degrees. Certainly the wind is kicking up there. You can see the camera move around. We'll be talking more about that. But right now I want to get to an interview we did recently about how important, and this is developments within the last year or two, about how important gut health is to our overall health, not just physical health, but mental health as well. Take a look. How are your New Year's resolutions? You know, the top two typically are health and exercise and money. And usually by mid-February, we've scrapped it long ago. But if you're still with those New Year's resolutions to better your health, well, this next segment is for you, because we're talking about gut health and how important it is to your overall body. I'm joined right now by Tara Carr. She is a registered dietitian and a gut health expert. Tara, good morning. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Talk about gut health for us and how it is so important to our overall health.
Of course. So our gut health is so important for our overall health. What many people don't realize is that so much of our health, whether it be inflammation, how you're actually feeling after you eat, maybe even certain diseases, it all ties back to the gut. So it's not so much you are what you eat, but I think about it is what you feed those microbes in your gut that really can impact your health.
How do we know if we have poor gut health?
That's a great question. So maybe if you're eating foods and you don't feel like you're digesting them well, that could be a sign that there's dysbiosis or maybe not so much of a balance in your gut. Some people do experience things like maybe gas, bloating, those not so fun symptoms. And then other people might have things just like generally tired, right? You just feel like something's off. If you do not feel healthy, or you just, you're trying everything, but you're not so sure what's going on, I certainly suggest getting to the root cause, and often that comes from the gut health. So taking a look at your microbiome is a great thing to do.
Okay, so, for our viewers right now, they might be thinking in their head, okay, I think I may have a problem here. How do we improve our gut health?
Wonderful question. So I am a dietitian. There are some strategies that you can do through foods that you eat. And maybe foods that you don't want to eat. So there might be some foods that are contributing to poor gut health. Some of the top three that might be artificial sweeteners. Those are tied to maybe not so much a healthy gut. Alcoholic beverages, unfortunately, as well. And then those ultra processed foods. All three of those, not so much supporting a healthy gut. But the good news is there are great foods for our gut. And so if you can think mostly plant-based foods, those are all really high in fiber. So more fruits, more vegetables, more whole grains. By increasing those on your plate, you're going to up your fiber content, and that's what those healthy microbes in your gut really need to thrive. So that's what I would suggest as a good starting point, at least.
Okay, all right, I got you. I'm following you so far. What about tests out there that maybe someone could take? Because you see a lot of them out there about ways to test your gut health to see where you are.
Of course. So there are actually a few on the market. Just a quick Google search would get you to microbiome tests. It's not the cutest test, actually. You do have to send off a stool sample. People analyze it for you, and they will tell you what's in your gut. So more and more research needs to be done on this, but that is an option. If you are interested, talk with your physician, or you could do some looking online if you really want to see what microbes, good bacteria, probiotics are in your gut. That's one way to do it, of course.
I was just thinking about asking you a question regarding supplements. You just mentioned probiotics. Are there supplements that you can take today that may help your gut health overall?
Yes, so probiotics is an amazing thing that you can do for your health. Of course, as a dietitian, try that food. I think that's important regardless if you're going to take a probiotic or not. But there are some probiotics that are generally, most people want them in their guts. So for whatever reason, we age, right? We travel, we maybe don't eat in the ideal way all the time. Some of those beneficial bacteria, they leave the gut. And unfortunately, some of them aren't found in foods. So the only way to get them back in is through probiotics. One of the newest ones that's got over like 1,000 research studies done recently is called Akkermansia. And that one actually can only be found at Pendulum Therapeutics. So that's a really great gut support probiotic strain that I like to recommend for people to try. It's a long name, but Akkermansia muciniphila. That's one of the ones that I really suggest for people to think about. Is it in your gut? Do you want to add it to your regimen?
You know, I see a lot of probiotics out there on the market, and there are some that need to be refrigerated. My thought process was if it needs to be refrigerated, it's a good thing because otherwise that bacteria dies, or the good bacteria you want in your gut. Is that right?
Okay, so this can be kind of confusing, and basically you and I, like, think about your thermostat. You have a preferred temperature, it might be different than my preferred temperature, right? So same with these bugs in our gut. Some of them actually do need to be refrigerated because that will help them live longer, and some are actually more stable at room temperature, just depending on how they're manufactured. So my best suggestion is find a company you can trust, and then ask your dietitian, ask your pharmacist, say, do you think this is an appropriate probiotic for me? Do we need to refrigerate this one or not? And of course, if you have a dietitian at your fingertips, we're always happy to be the expert there as well.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about probiotic foods out there, because some people are just like, maybe I should just start eating some foods that have those probiotics, because sometimes you see that on the label.
Right. So probiotic foods, probably the most popular that you probably have in your fridge right now. Yogurt is a very common probiotic food. So there's actually like trillions of different bacterial strains, but that one in yogurt is lactobacillus. So that could be a great way to increase your probiotics through foods. Anything fermented. So I have green olives in my fridge. I love to cook with things that are pickled. Even some cheeses have probiotics in them. So I love to encourage everybody for your gut health, include those probiotic foods. It can be a great thing to increase that diversity in your gut.
Right, sauerkraut, kombucha, of course I hear all those things for probiotics, that sort of thing. All right, so let's say someone is there and they say, all right, I'm approving it today. I'm going to get the probiotics. I'm going to change how much I eat, what I eat. How long does it take to really improve your gut if you make these changes?
So everybody's different, and that's not a fun answer, but it depends on where you're starting out, right? If you're at the state of just, dysbiosis, like your gut is really not in a healthy place, it might take a little bit longer. I suggest for most people, at least 3 months. You really want to get those good probiotics in there and then continue to nurture them. That's just kind of a general amount of time, about 3 months. You might start to see some results. Some people are, of course, sooner, and then some people a little longer, but 3 months on average.
Tara, is there anything else? You've been so informative. We really appreciate this interview. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Of course. So again, just to recap everything we talked about, if you have a funny feeling that something's off, could be your gut. So ways to kind of improve that, it's either going to be through foods or, of course, through supplementing with probiotics. Pendulum Life is a really wonderful company backed by science. We've got some great probiotics there. So definitely go to pendulumlife.com if you're interested in a really great probiotic. And happy New Year. Don't forget about your goals. As you mentioned earlier, it's not too late to get back to that healthy eating to improve your health.
So true, Tara. Tara Carr, registered dietitian, gut health expert. We appreciate the knowledge. Thanks so very much.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, Action News 5's digital desk cranks on here, and we are talking about a brand new survey out by the CDC. It says more than 89% of youth and teens reported using flavored e-cigarettes with a strong preference for candy, desserts, and other youth-appealed flavored e-cigarettes. 89.4%. That is a huge number. Let's talk about more about what this survey said and ways to bring down that number. I'm joined by former White House drug czar Jim Carroll here. He's on the digital desk with us this morning. Jim, good morning to you. So what else did this tobacco survey tell us about tobacco use among U.S. teens? Good morning.
Good morning. I mean, what we're seeing, and really some of the most staggering information is, yes, it's 80%, basically 90% of teens are using this. But when you look back over the last 3 years, it's a 2,617% increase over the last 4 years. Vaping in itself is a great idea. It's able to, help adults wean themselves off cigarettes. It's a way for, an alternative to cigarettes. What we're seeing are Chinese-made illegal disposable vapes being flooded into our country in truly youth-appealing flavors. We're talking about cotton candy, blue raspberry, candy cane, every sort of youth-appealing flavor. It's youth-appealing marketing. We're seeing cartoon characters on the outside of these things. And sadly, what is terrifying is we're also hearing multiple reports from the federal DEA, from the Drug Enforcement Administration, that they are reporting that some of these are containing fentanyl, the dangerous drug that is killing so many people in Tennessee and across our country.
That is scary. I mean, that is about as bad as it gets right there, Jim. And we know that vaping is still very much popular among middle school students and high school students, right?
It really is. And now what we're seeing are these, Chinese-made disposable vapes that are coming in looking disguised like school supplies. So it looks like a yellow highlighter that if a parent or teacher saw it in, their child's backpack, they wouldn't think anything of it. But they're making it easy for kids to disguise these. And remember, China makes these, but they're not for sale in China. They don't even allow it domestically in China. But we're allowing it to come to our country, and that needs to end. The government needs to step up, get these off the store shelves, get these out of the hands of our kids, and take action to save lives.
Dumb question. Why is it legal? I mean, why is it, if it's illegal in the country where it's being manufactured, why is it legal here?
Yeah, sadly, the administration has not taken aggressive action to do it. I think that with this new study from the CDC showing that 90% of youth and teens are doing this, as I said, the 2,600% increase, and the fact that, reports from the DA that people now are dying from this, now is the time to take action. And, this is not just a Memphis issue. This is really a national issue. And it's time, for the government to step up, rip these out of store shelves, follow the law as I believe it to be. These things should not be for sale, in blue raspberry, cotton candy, things like that, with cartoon characters. This is not meant, for our children. This is meant for adults, to help them with smoking cessation, or an alternative, at least, to cigarettes. But putting these out, with cartoon characters and school supplies, we know exactly what these Chinese companies are doing. They're going after our kids. They want to get them addicted, and we need to end it right now.
Yeah, it is just so egregious, Jim. I hate to hear it. I know it's fired up plenty of people out there, including a lot of parents. We have thousands that join us each and every morning on the digital desk. What can parents do if they're watching this and they're very concerned? They have perhaps a middle school and a high school student.
Yeah, first off, have an honest conversation with your child and tell them the dangers of these illegal disposable vapes. They should also contact their representatives and ask them the same question that you asked me. Why are you not pressing for more action? Get the FDA to enforce the law. And if parents, want to learn more, they should visit caseforconsumers.org and look at the section on vapes. I encourage everyone to do it. We're making naloxone, Narcan, the drug, the antidote to opioids, more widely available. This is one way to save lives, is ripping these disposable vapes off the shelves when they're marketed to teenagers or younger, middle schoolers.
Anything else we can touch on, Jim, that you didn't mention that you feel is important?
Yeah, I really do think this is a time for a conversation, between parents and their children, parents and the schools, so that schools understand, that it could be even a highlighter. And for parents to reach out, as I said, to their elected representatives. I know the Attorney General in Tennessee, is taking the opioid issue seriously. I've had conversations there, but I also know that in Tennessee, we're facing the highest number of fatal overdoses in our history in Tennessee. And so it's time to take action, and it's time to get rid of, really something that is not shouldn't be a difficult decision. When you look at China won't allow this, why are we? And so this is an opportunity to save lives. It's not going to be hard. It's a conversation with parents. It's a conversation with lawmakers, and we need to get rid of, cotton candy, flavored vapes, disguised as school supplies or just out there on the marketplace at all. Let's get rid of this stuff now.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree with you. It seems very cognizant and easy to do, you would think, to just say, okay, this is no longer allowed. Anything else? Where can we go? I know you mentioned briefly where we can go for more information on this.
Yeah, caseforconsumers.org has the information about vapes. It gives the education. It gives a toolkit, really, I say, for parents to be able to have an honest conversation. They could look at the CDC's website for this. And sadly, if all they have to do is Google DEA, vapes and fentanyl, and you'll see these reports that this is really terrifying. This has to end. And I really encourage everyone to understand the dangers of these illegal disposable vapes coming in from China, marketed to our children. I really want, everyone to have a wonderful holiday, Thanksgiving, and then, another holiday shortly after in December. This is an opportunity. Your kids are home. Let's talk to our kids about this. And let's talk to our lawmakers as well.
Yeah, no question about it. Jim Carroll, former White House drug czar. We appreciate you this morning on the Digital Desk, illuminating us to such a pervasive problem with Americans' teen and youth right now. And we got to change it quickly and fast. Jim, thanks.
Thank you.
Right now, I want to talk about some of the amazing things to look forward to in 2024, one of which is the Memphis Showboats. Remember last year, the season? It was a slow start, but man, was it a lot of fun. They went on a tear, beating, 4 or 5 games in a row. I remember taking my son there. My wife and I had a blast. It was so enjoyable. And guess what? The new season is right around the corner. Memphis Showboats are back in Memphis, and I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by the brand new head coach of your Memphis Showboats, John DeFilippo, joining us on the Digital Desk. John, how are you? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you guys too. It's great to be here, and I'm thrilled to be in Memphis. And by the way, that winning streak started with my team last year, the New Orleans Breakers. We were 4-0, and they came in and beat us.
I remember that, John. So for people maybe who don't know a little bit about your background, you have extensive background, extensive coaching experience in the NFL, and as you just mentioned, the USFL. Can you talk a little bit about your background?
Yeah, absolutely. Been very fortunate in my coaching career. I've spent 15 years in the National Football League, mainly as a quarterback coach or offensive coordinator. And then I spent 7 years coaching Division I college football. Before that, been to the top of the mountain with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2017. Very fortunate to win a Super Bowl with a great group of players and coaches and a great organization. And obviously got my first chance to be a head coach last year with the New Orleans Breakers and try to make the most of that opportunity. And we'll do the same here in Memphis.
Fantastic. Really excited. Yes, I'm very familiar with that run in 2017 and the New Orleans Breakers. Very good team last year, too. What can we expect from the Showboats this year? Because, there was a lot of excitement throughout the year and throughout the season. We didn't make the playoffs, but, it would be great to build upon that and eventually get in those playoffs.
Absolutely. This is going to be an exciting new league, and it's going to be, a lot of the best players from both leagues playing against each other. So we're going to bring an exciting brand of football. I think if you watched our New Orleans teams last year, we love to throw the football, and we love hard play action pass with shots down the field and a power run game. So that's what we're going to be on offense. On defense, that was one of the toughest defenses we went against last year, and that's why I kept Coach Carnell Lake as our defensive coordinator. And he'll do a great job again with this defense, and they did a great job of making us work, and teams throughout the league last year work and kept the ball in front of them, and we're very, very stout in the run game. So we're going to be we're going to stop the run first and then have explosive pass gains along with running the football.
Let me ask you this, because it became official just a few days ago that the XFL and the USFL merged. It's now the United Football League. Does that change anything for the fan, or does that change anything from you and how you're going to coach?
Yeah, I think it changes a lot. To me, the whole landscape of spring football now is for the better because, unfortunately, there's going to be young men that don't have a chance to play in this league and coaches that don't have a chance to coach in this league. But at the same time, you're getting the best players from both leagues. And, I know in 2 years with the USFL, they put over 100 players in the National Football League. I mean, the team that we got beat by last year in the playoffs, the Birmingham Stallions, put 16 players in the National Football League last year alone. So you're going to see not only that amount of numbers of guys signing with NFL teams, but now with the XFL players coming over and us merging together, the brand of football is going to be better. It's going to be more exciting for the fans. And I'll tell you what, Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium is going to be lit up next year.
I can't wait. I'm getting excited just hearing you talk, John, and looking forward to it. So we got the first game, I believe, at the end of March. Tell me about the fan experience. I know it was so fan-friendly last year. As I mentioned off the top, I was there with my son, with my wife. We enjoyed the experience a great deal. Are we going to be seeing more of that, or is it going to be a little bit different? Tell me.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what the fan experience is going to be like, but I know I liked the fan experience last year when we visited Memphis. I know, and it was a great atmosphere, and there's no doubt it's going to be fan-friendly. That's going to be a major, major piece of this league for sure. But what we can control is putting the product on the field to make the experience fun, because it's always more fun when you leave the stadium after your team wins. So that's what we're going to do our best to do.
That sounds fantastic. Anything? I know training camp. We're still weeks away from all of that. But can you talk a little bit about this team and what to expect? Is it, I know you're offensive minded. We had a great defense. You're more of an offensive guy. What can we expect from the team? And maybe, what kind of offense? Let's start there.
Yeah, sure. We're going to be mainly 3 wide receivers, okay, mainly. Offense, and our offense is very involved. We get our best playmakers to football as much as we can. We're very tight end friendly, and that's been proven throughout the course of my history with tight ends. I think you'll see our tight end room catch a lot of passes and do a great job. But like I said, we're going to be explosive. We're going to run to the football. We're not going to do everything right, but it's going to be fast, and it's going to be a lot of fun for our fans to watch.
That sounds fantastic, head coach John DeFilippo. Anything else you want to mention to the fans before we let you go? This is exciting. We can't wait.
Well, I'm just thrilled to be in a football crazed state like Tennessee and a football crazed town like Memphis. That's what gets me excited and should get our players excited as well. I mean, Memphis is an unbelievable town. It's a place I've spent some time in the past, and I'm just thrilled to be part of the community.
Absolutely. We're thrilled to have you, head coach John DeFilippo, new head coach of your Memphis Showboats. John, thanks so very much for joining us on the digital desk, and all the best in this upcoming season. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We in Memphis are blessed to have such an amazing medical community and always very active, whether it's St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, Methodist, Le Bonheur, also Baptist Memorial, and Regional One Health. And the oncology at Regional One is a department that is always doing new and interesting things to help the treatment of cancer. I'm joined now by a medical oncologist with Regional One, Soren Choksi, to talk more about how they treat cancer patients. Good morning, Dr. Choksi. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Can you tell us what kind of patients you see in your practice? Is it just the run of the gamut cancers, or is it a specific kind?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so I specifically in my practice treat patients who have GI cancers, but a medical oncologist can treat a whole host of cancers, whether that's solid organ cancers, such as breast cancer, lung cancer, colon cancer, or blood cancers, such as leukemia, lymphoma, or multiple myeloma. Here at Regional One, our providers are academically trained and subspecialty focused. And so we have a physician who does lung cancers, another physician who does breast cancers. I myself do GI cancers and the like. And so our cancer program is a very comprehensive kind of focused multidisciplinary program.
So I'm curious, are there different chemotherapies or different therapies, I should say, that are specifically designed for specific cancers?
Yes, so the treatment of cancer has come a long way in the past few decades. No longer do we rely simply on traditional cytotoxic chemotherapy. And by cytotoxic, I mean medications that really affect all cells of the body. We have more advanced modalities to treat cancer, including immunotherapy, which uses the body's own immune system to fight the cancer, targeted therapy, so agents that target specific mutations, and then more advanced cellular-based therapies, things like CAR-T that you and your viewers may have read about or heard about.
Yes, I certainly have heard about it. So we have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk each and every morning, Doctor. Let's talk about perhaps that first visit that you get when a patient arrives at your office. What are some of those first questions you ask or the patient should ask themselves about the possibility of having cancer?
And so that first visit with the medical oncologist is the first step on their cancer journey. And what they want to know is what type of cancer do they have? How extensive is the cancer? And that specifically is the stage of the cancer, meaning is it an early stage cancer, stage 1 through 3, or is it at an advanced stage, such as stage 4? They should also ask about what are their treatment options. Will it involve just the medical oncologist that's treating them? Will it involve other specialties, such as our radiation oncology colleagues or our surgical oncology colleagues? And then lastly, they should ask about what are the goals of treatment. And this is probably the most important aspect of a physician-patient relationship, in that what is it that the patient hopes to get out of treating the cancer? You know, unfortunately, there are many cancers that are uncurable, and the treatment is aimed at controlling the cancer, stopping its spread, stopping it from affecting vital organs, and to maintain the patient's quality of life. So all of those are important aspects of that patient-physician relationship.
You just mentioned it. All of it is very important. Is there any one that's maybe more important than others? I hear a lot of times how a patient's attitude is truly everything. If they come in defeated, or if they come in determined, it can make a world of difference. Is that the most important aspect? What's your idea?
Yeah, that's a very important point. I'm sure many physicians have anecdotal stories of how patients' mood impacted their overall outcomes. I think the most important aspect is having a realistic conversation and goal when you meet with the oncologist in terms of what will be the goals of the treatment. And it's great to have hope and to be optimistic, but we know that cancer care can be quite challenging, to put it mildly. And so if patients and their providers are on the same page as to what they're trying to achieve, then I think patients are overall satisfied, and it brings satisfaction to the family as well.
Is lung cancer the most commonly treated cancer in this area of Memphis and the Mid-South?
Yes, so for men and women, lung cancer is the most common cancer. After that, for men, it's prostate cancer. For women, it's breast cancer. And then third most common is colon cancer. And those trends have been kind of stable to rising over many years due to the risk factors that lead to those cancer developments. So tobacco abuse, lifestyle decisions, and other exposures.
Well, you got thousands of people watching right now, Doctor. Is there anything you want to say to Memphis and the Mid-South about your practice, about the treatment available here across the Mid-South, and what advice you have for someone perhaps that's been newly diagnosed with cancer?
Yeah, so, the Memphis area in the Mid-South historically has had marginal or poor outcomes from a health perspective. And our team here at Regional One and University of Tennessee Health Science Center is aimed at kind of bridging that gap and closing that gap between the health outcomes. What I would say is for someone who has a concern for a cancer or a new cancer diagnosis is involve your healthcare team early. Talk to your primary care doctor or your medicine physician. Get that referral to a specialist that's going to help do that first step in diagnosis, whether it's a lung doctor or a radiologist to get the initial imaging done, whether it's a urologist for prostate symptoms or a GI doctor for GI symptoms. And then once you do see your medical oncologist, have an honest and realistic discussion about what the goals of therapy are. And then that oncologist can discuss all the options and give the support to the patient, to their family, so that the cancer journey is meaningful. And it's meaningful not only from a cancer treatment perspective, but meaningful to the patient, because we can talk about this all day, but ultimately it's the patient's life, it's their patient's own diagnosis and journey, and we're there to support them as fully as we can.
I appreciate that. One more question before we leave, Doctor. Cancer research is constantly evolving. I don't have to tell you that. I mean, you know that. Is there anything that maybe would be preventative steps that people can take that prevents cancer? I know you can't prevent all things and all cancers out there, but is there maybe one or two things that you could point and say, hey, listen, don't do this. It will drastically reduce your chance of getting cancer. One of which is smoking, right?
Yes, you've nailed the hammer on the nail right there. So smoking has links to many cancer types, not just lung cancer or head and neck cancer. There are a number of cancers that are linked to tobacco abuse. So one simple change, and I say it's simple, but I know it's quite difficult for those who've been smoking for many years, is cutting back on the use of tobacco. It'll not only lower your cancer risk, but it'll help lower the risk of other cardiovascular complications, such as heart attacks, heart disease, strokes, and a number of other conditions. Specifically in my field for GI cancers, we know that our diets have an impact on the health of our gut. And so diets that are rich in fatty foods, high fat foods, red meats can increase inflammation in our body. That inflammation is what leads to the development of cancer. So anything we can do to help lower that inflammation, such as eating more fruits and vegetables, whole grains, increasing our fiber intake, and increasing exercise can help lower the inflammation and lower the risk of cancer development. But, as you mentioned, there are some cancers that carry a genetic risk, that carry a familial risk, and there are just some cancer types that we can take all the best precautions that we can and still, unfortunately, be diagnosed.
No question about it. Dr. Soren Choksi, a very thorough interview, and I appreciate you being open and honest and very thorough, I should say, in a lot of your responses. I feel like, people watching this interview in its entirety, they will learn a lot about not only cancer, but how it's treated and the latest information coming out of cancer research. Thank you so much for taking time to be with us on the Action News 5 digital desk. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Happy to be here.
Did you know that 64% of Americans typically abandon their New Year's resolution within the first month? That doesn't surprise me at all. And you know what's at the top of the list typically? It has to deal with getting in shape, and it also has to deal with your financial shape. You got to get in your financial shape. And so many people just abandon this after that first month. Well, it's time to get back on track when it comes to your finances. And here to help us out is the founder of the Fiscal Femme. We are joined now by Ashley Feinstein Gersley. Thank you for joining us, Ashley. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for having me.
No, I appreciate it. So let's talk about the number one tip to getting our budgets back on track. It is, it is February, it's mid-February. Maybe some people have lost track of their New Year's resolutions. How do we get it back on track, Ashley?
My number one tip is to purge expenses that you won't miss or aren't using, and to clean up the finances. Look at what you spent so far this year. Are there subscriptions that you aren't using or completely forgot about? Or maybe there are expenses that aren't adding much value or happiness to your life. We want to let go of those expenses first.
Always good advice. I mean, it's like we have to pay off all of our bills from the holiday season, and it's like, we need a way to get back on track. There are a lot of tools out there to make sure that we're spending properly, that our spending is in order. Are there any that you would recommend, Ashley?
Just like you said with the holidays, sometimes we need some time to pay things off. So we want to make our finances flexible. I've partnered with a firm and I recommend them because they offer a transparent way to pay over time on your own schedule on anything from last minute travel expenses, home essentials, electronics, and even car repair without the hidden fees or compound interest that you might find with credit cards.
Good advice there. And, I've heard this before that people like a high credit score. In fact, they find it sexy if your finances are in order. And we saw this in a new survey out that financial stability is sexy. Tell me more.
Yes, if you needed one more reason to stick with your money resolutions, financial stability is sexy. A recent survey from a firm showed that consumers are prioritizing finances in their relationship. And actually the majority, 3 out of 4, say that financial stability is a turn on. So if you are looking for love or looking to rekindle some love, you want to get that budget in order. And a great way to do that is to surround yourself by friends, family, loved ones who will help you and support you in your money goals.
I remember hearing something a few years ago when there was, Match.com and all these online dating apps. They talked about, well, what is your credit score? And I thought that was kind of funny and foolish, but in actuality, there's a lot of truth to that. What is your financial stability? That's interesting how it is. What about any other final advice that we haven't hit on yet?
We want to simplify, simplify, simplify. So the easier it is to keep our finances in order, the easier it is to stay on track. And a great place to start is with our accounts. Do you have extra savings accounts, checking accounts, or have you been meaning to roll over a company 401k? We want to consolidate and simplify. And we can also do that with our budget. So the fewer categories we have, the easier it is to track and maintain. And we can always add details later. And another final tip is to make our spending intentional. Every time we spend money, we have the opportunity to vote for more of the world we want to see and to align our spending with our values. And that might mean switch a recurring expense over to a BIPOC or woman-owned business, or to purchase goods from a company working to be more sustainable. And often when our spending is more intentional, it has the wonderful side effect of actually reducing the amount we spend.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The big story today, the impact of balmy breezes, strong winds blowing through across the Mid-South with gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Locally higher gusts can't be ruled out as we go through the course of the day. A couple things to note about these winds. Again, they're going to be warm winds, obviously blowing through the area. We've already had an issue where we had a building in Covington in Tipton County possibly be affected by some of the strong wind gusts over the last 24 hours. You know, that may be a bit more extreme, but there is the possibility that we could get a couple of wires jiggling with the power lines, maybe a couple of limbs coming down. And of course, with the actual frontal boundary moving through the area, you might have a burst of heavy downpours and a burst of wind to come along with it as well that could go 45 to 50 miles per hour. Of course, today, strong winds likely throughout the course of the day. So go ahead and be prepared for that, or at least very close to it. Some gusts, again, will be running up into that 40 mile per hour range, especially across the Delta locations, across northeastern Arkansas and across northwest Tennessee. Severe weather threat tends to be, again, farther to the north of us. We're right on the edge of the severe weather threat for today. But, you know, as we looked at the severe weather parameters last week, so let's back up a couple of days, go back to last week where we had that very broad center of risk that went from Michigan all the way down south to Jackson, Mississippi, and we were kind of in the middle of it. Well, obviously things have shifted, moved northward. The dynamics are in place here for large hail, damaging winds. Even a tornado or two can't be ruled out, especially across northern portions of Indiana. But we're right on the tail end of the strong wind potential as the squall line moves through the area. And again, this is going to be a very thin band of rain and storms that will likely push across the area overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, that will have some rain and wind, some rumbles of thunder, and of course it will come through as you are mostly sleeping tonight. So let's take a look at our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast. Lots of clouds, a couple of peaks of sun still possible. Windy conditions, that's the big story here today. High temperatures will top out generally in the upper 70s, close to 80 in a couple spots. Another thing about the winds today, we've seen a lot of folks trying to burn things. While I don't understand why. With the dry ground that we've got, the winds blowing through here, those embers are flaring up and going in other locations and starting other fires. There's some large fires across the deep south here. So refrain from burning. Also refrain from throwing out your cigarette butts out this, into the grasses because they are a tinderbox. This is our prime fire weather season anyways, this time of the year, generally February into March. Now, as far as tonight is concerned, we'll drop down through the 60s and 70s. Now, again, this is midnight. Temperatures may be in the 70s. That may be your high temperature tomorrow, technically, in a technical sense. But you, if you are going to be waking up and getting going at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, will not feel the 70s. You're likely to feel the 50s and tumbling temperatures to go along with it as well. Here comes a band of rain moving into the area. And again, it looks very paltry. I don't expect a whole lot with it, but of course, with the amount of wind energy we do have across the area, it would not be surprising to get a couple of gusts amid that thin band of rain, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Notice the temperatures. It's 3:30 in the morning. 60s still hanging out near 70. Notice by the time we get towards 6 a.m., 40s, 50s, and 60s, and tumbling temperatures from there to the 40s for afternoon temperatures. And of course, not only that, a cold north wind to go along with it as well. This is a wintry chill. So tomorrow, a falling temperature regime across the area. We'll call it 58 on average, but again, that's falling throughout the day. 52 for a high on Thursday, back to 58 by Thursday. Notice to the west of us, warmer air building back in across portions of the upper plains. That will be heading in our direction by the time we head towards the upcoming weekend. This front drops southward, and another area of low pressure is going to form on the back side of it. It's going to pull across our area as we head towards late Thursday night into your Friday. Some sporadic showers to contend with during that time frame. It's in and out of here fairly quickly, and then we start the process of a warming trend back towards the weekend. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. 77 today. Chances for rain will be elevated overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. Again, generally after midnight, but the big story here is going to be the wind gusts outside of any thunderstorms. You get those thunderstorms going through there, again, a little thin band of rain. It'll be in and out of your area probably within about 30 minutes time here tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Falling temperatures for your Wednesday. And speaking to that, this is what it's going to look like. This is the feels like temperatures going through the course of the day. 70s closing in on 80 degrees this afternoon, but the big blue norther coming southward. This is a look at 3 a.m. Feels like 55 in Jonesboro. Still feels like the upper 60s, Memphis and Oxford. Feels like 37 in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. By the time we get going at 6 a.m., feels like the 40s It gets even colder. Feels like it's in the 20s and 30s as we go into the mid-morning hours. So bundle up. Again, you might start the day on a milder note in some spots across the Mid-South. Other spots will already start to turn colder. All of us will be colder, though, through the course of the day. And, of course, we'll rebound back to the low 50s. Another rain chance overnight Thursday into Friday. And here we go into the weekend, rebounding back to the 70s. There is some indication, again, that by the time we head towards Monday night into Tuesday of next week, another chance for rain and storms could come down the pipeline, could also feature a few gusty downpours that we will keep an eye on over the course of the next couple of days. Stay weather aware with us on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is some new information that came out a short time ago, and it is from the American College of Cardiology. Bariatric surgery more effective in controlling hypertension rates or high blood pressure in people with obesity and uncontrolled high blood pressure compared to blood pressure medication alone. Again, coming from the American College of Cardiology. So people who underwent bariatric surgery, had lower BMI, and were on fewer medications after 5 years while maintaining normal blood pressure levels than those who use medications. Now, you know, I'm sure you're familiar, many of you out there are familiar with bariatric surgery. It is a very comprehensive surgery. I mean, it is a big, big deal, not to be taken lightly. But this new study opens the idea of perhaps that might be a better way to go if you are struggling with obesity and all kinds of complications associated with it. Let's bring in someone who can have this discussion with us, considered an expert in the field. I'm joined now by Dr. Rob Wegner, bariatric surgeon at St. Francis Hospital. Dr. Wegner, I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. So give me your thoughts first on that study that I just mentioned. Apparently it's new information, right? Good morning. Listen, Dr. Wegner, for whatever reason, I cannot hear you. I wonder if there's something amiss here. For some reason, I'm having a hard time hearing you right now. Are you on mute, perhaps? You know what? Let me, I'll tell you what, we're going to take hang with us, okay? We're going to take a short break here and see if we can resolve some of the audio issues, because I'm definitely interested in hearing more from your perspective. We'll be right back. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The new year, of course, is a great time to have a little bit of a reset with your teen. It's a perfect time to really discuss and establish new behaviors and open the door to conversations about developing online positivity and positive online habits. There's some new and established tools as well as resources that parents right now can use to set boundaries with their teens on social media. Let's talk about that right now with Dr. Ann Louise Lockhart. She's a board-certified pediatric psychologist to join us now and talk about ways to make social media more positive in 2024 with your teens. Doctor, thank you for joining us. Tell us about where we should start with all this. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. So a big place to start, and I see this in my work with teenagers and with parents, is to have a collaborative conversation and discussion with your teen, because that way parents can better know their teen, what they're struggling with, what they're excited about, why they're online, why they like social media. And that way parents can make good informed decisions about having those discussions with their teenager. So it doesn't feel like they're in trouble because you're supervising them and their use online.
I love that idea. Dr. Lockhart, can we talk a little bit about the various tools that parents can use and that teens can use to manage their time online?
Yes, so Meta has over 30 tools, supervision tools for parents that are really amazing. One of the ones that I really like, and it's because I hear this a lot in my therapy sessions with teenagers, when they get the notifications, they're afraid of missing out, they're afraid of not responding right away to people, they think that they need to be in the know. And quiet mode on Instagram is a great tool because it allows the teen to set the quiet mode on Instagram so that they don't get notifications. The people that are sending them DMs are told, okay, this person is offline and they're in quiet mode right now. And so that way they can do the things that they need to get done. So that's a really great one. Another tool is a take a break reminder. So if the teen is scrolling for more than 10, 30 minutes, they're getting a reminder that, okay, it's time to take a break, and they can even get expert tools and tips in terms of how to reset. So those are two of my most favorite ones. And then one other one as well is the time spent dashboard, which a lot of parents and myself, I love using this one as well, because it gives you information in terms of how much time you're actually spending on the app, so that you can look and see, that's why I've been unproductive, because look how much time I'm spending. So that time spent dashboard is a really great tool as well.
Okay, it sounds amazing that these tools have been developed for both teens and parents. Where can people go and get more information online and learn more about these tools?
Yes, so they can go to familycenter.meta.com to all the different Family Center tools, expert guidance, advice, and that way they can learn more about the app, how to use that, how to have discussions with their teenager about it, and then that way the parent can establish these supervision tools and look at when the teen can get online, when they should take a break, and they can learn those things together.
Fantastic. Dr. Ann Louise Lockhart, board-certified pediatric psychologist. We appreciate you joining us and illuminating us to these new tools for both parents and teens when it comes to having a more positive outlook on social media in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I want to get to some recent information that came out. It's about bariatric surgery, you know, the surgery for weight loss. Well, apparently it is more effective in controlling hypertension rates or high blood pressure in people with obesity than some blood pressure medications out there. Using blood pressure medication alone compared to bariatric surgery. This is according to the American College of Cardiology. I want to bring in someone that can really kind of tell us about this recent study and talk in broader terms about bariatric surgery and whether it's a fit for some people out there. Joined now by Dr. Rob Wegner, bariatric surgeon at St. Francis Hospital. Dr. Wegner, do you know about this study, and can you tell us a little bit about your practice and how you manage patients if they're considering weight loss surgery like bariatric surgery? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on. So just quickly, what this trial showed that the patients after 5 years of following them, the ones that had, well, they all had hypertension and were morbidly obese. Their average BMI was around 36. And they followed these patients for about 5 years. And what it showed was that the patients that had bariatric surgery or metabolic surgery had about a 6 times greater chance of reducing their medication load by at least 30%. And they also had a 20 times greater chance of actually going into complete remission from medication to control their blood pressure. The endpoint was a blood pressure of 140/90 or less. So I guess the message is clearly that if you want to really treat hypertension and cardiovascular disease, you have to treat the underlying cause, which is the obesity. Any cardiologist will tell you it's hard to get patients to adhere to a medication regimen long term. So doing the surgery up front and the chance of putting the hypertension into remission and treating it without medication and giving the patient that opportunity is going to be the best way to treat hypertension long term versus just using medication.
So, at what point when you see patients, doctor, and they come in and they're considering bariatric surgery, which is a very involved surgery, and I would love for you to explain to our audience exactly what goes into bariatric surgery versus bariatric surgery, the sleeve, and then the actual surgery. And how do you coach them as opposed to what they should do versus maybe perhaps something less invasive like medication?
So I would say that a patient should first figure out what their BMI is. If their BMI is over 35, they are in the surgical candidate category to have weight loss surgery or metabolic surgery. BMI is a calculation of your height and weight. It's on your iPhone, your Android, it's an app. But if that number is greater than 35, you fall into the surgical category. Even if you don't have hypertension, diabetes, sleep apnea, acid reflux, any of the comorbidities, that number alone puts you into a surgical candidate as being the primary treatment for curing or treating the obesity long term. So to get into the program, over here at St. Francis, the website is memphisweightlosssurgery.com. It's very comprehensive, as you said. I wouldn't say it's difficult or anything that that we don't do routinely. Obviously, going forward after you get the surgery, you have to make some common sense lifestyle changes with food choices and portion control and take some vitamins, things like that, but nothing difficult. So it's very safe. The two options are gastric bypass and gastric sleeve. I perform both of them routinely. I've been doing it for almost 14 years now. I've done almost 6,000 surgeries. So it's very safe. It's very effective. It gives the patient the best chance of curing, if not drastically reducing the effects of their comorbidities, type 2 diabetes, sleep apnea, acid reflux, hypertension, all the things I talked about. It reduces your risk of getting many forms of cancer, joint pain, your energy level, just your quality of life goes up drastically after having one of these procedures.
Are there certain patients that you recommend the sleeve versus the actual surgery, and what's the difference?
So what I'll try to do with the patient is ultimately it's their decision, and I will try to guide them with the best advice that I can give them about their comorbidities, previous surgeries, what their goals are, what their medical condition is versus having a bypass or a sleeve. I would say the gastric bypass is probably still the gold standard to what every procedure is compared to as far as the amount of weight you're going to lose and the resolution of the comorbidities. So I probably do that procedure more often than any, and it seems to have the best long-term durability and patient satisfaction going forward. So again, it's very safe. It is covered by insurance. Medicare covers it. All the primary all these procedures are covered by insurance. It just depends on whether or not the employer that the patient works for has given them, bariatric surgery benefits. So I encourage patients to check their benefits. I encourage employers to give their employees this benefit because it does greatly benefit them meaning the employer on many levels, as far as, better production from their employees, less sick days. They're just generally happier and in a better mood when they're feeling healthier. So, patients should look into it from their standpoint, and then employers should strongly consider, having this as an option for their employees, so they can get healthy and live a healthier life.
Dr. Wegner, sometimes I'll see someone that has gotten either the sleeve or the actual surgery, and then maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, it looks like they've, after losing a drastic amount of weight, they look like they've put on a considerable amount of weight. What's happening there, and is that healthy? Is that normal? What do you say?
First of all, I'm just looking at the screen. My name's not Ken, but you guys can change that later. So patients that regain weight, generally long term, they may have what I would say kind of fallen off the weight loss surgery lifestyle. Maybe they're eating some empty calories, snacking, not exercising as much, not really following the recommendations that we've made on the front end. So, what I tell patients is that regained weight, you lost the weight. The surgery was successful. You lost 100, 150 pounds. So regaining it, something is probably going on that we need to kind of address, maybe from a lifestyle standpoint, or, something they're doing that they shouldn't be doing. And we can usually, get them back on track. Very rarely is the surgery unsuccessful from a technical standpoint. Usually it's just a lifestyle change that we can modify and the patient can get back on track. So long-term, the recidivism rate going back to, gaining weight and having a high BMI is actually very, very low. We counsel the patients very well on the front end about the, simple things they need to do as far as lifestyle changes, portion control, food choices, vitamins, simple things like that.
We have thousands of people that watch us here on the digital desk, Doctor. If there's something that, maybe perhaps someone has a BMI that's very high and they're considering this type of procedure, what do you tell them? Is there like maybe 2 or 3 bullet points?
First of all, I say don't wait. Don't wait till you become actually sicker or a higher medical/surgical risk. If you're in the category of being able to get weight loss surgery and you have coverage, or you can work out a cash pay payment, don't put it off. You're just kind of putting off the inevitable. The sooner you get the surgery, the sooner you can start making the changes and kind of, living the life that you should be living. The biggest thing I hear from patients that have had the surgery is, I wish I would have done this 5 years ago, 10 years ago, even longer than that. Most patients have been struggling or fighting obesity for most of their life, either from childhood all the way into their adolescence, into their, late adulthood. So the sooner you get it done, the sooner you can start making the changes and getting the life, that you deserve. And if I can help you do that, well, that's what I do. So that's what I'd recommend, is if you fall into the category 35 or greater, even a higher BMI, 60 and 70 up to 80. I've done patients over 100 that have been very successful. And they're the ones that really, when they come back and tell their story, it's just unbelievable how their life changes when they lose 200 to 300 pounds. They can do things that they've never been able to do before, never even thought of doing. So I would just encourage whoever falls into those categories to really strongly consider doing it. It's very safe. Usually it's covered by insurance, as I said. And I think we do a great job, preparing the patients for the surgery. The surgery itself, we do that very well here at St. Francis. And then we follow the patient for the rest of their life. They have lifetime counseling and access to our dietitians to make sure that they maintain the lifestyle, maintain the weight loss, and maintain the health benefits that the surgery provides.
Dr. Rob Wegner, bariatric surgeon for St. Francis Hospital. We appreciate your time explaining all this. Thanks so very much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, appreciate it. There's a live look from our High Five camera at Senatobia, Mississippi, Northwest Mississippi Community College. We're back in 60 seconds. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We know about the holidays, and we all like to sometimes overeat, overindulge ourselves. I mean, we got family, we got friends. It's the holidays. It's the most wonderful time of the year, right? Well, unfortunately, some of those things can take a toll on our body. And one of the things that we experience as Americans is heartburn. Yes, heartburn. In fact, 60 million Americans suffer from heartburn at least once a month. So what's the deal with heartburn right now? Let's bring in someone to talk more about this issue. Sherry Torkos, an integrative pharmacist. She's on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to talk about this issue. I mean, you know, Sherry, good morning to you. I mean, we got family and friends. We got, you know, we're stressed out trying to get all the gifts under the tree for Christmas Day. But, you know, we finally make it to the day. We have these rich, amazing meals, and then we start to feel some kind of way in our stomach. So let's talk first off about heartburn and what causes it. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. Yeah, the meals are always great when we're eating them, but it's when it comes back to bite you afterwards, right? I think we've all been there where we've eaten maybe a little too much, and then we go away from the dinner table feeling bloated. We feel pain, discomfort. And for people that have heartburn, and this is quite common, in fact, almost everybody's going to have heartburn at some point in their lives. And as you mentioned, there's 60 million Americans that suffer with it monthly. It's a real problematic issue. Heartburn occurs when we have a refluxing of stomach acids back up in the esophagus. And it's that burning pain in your chest, the discomfort. It's always worse after a meal or when you're laying down. And it can be a really uncomfortable problem to find yourself in.
I totally understand, and I don't know if it's me, but all this talk about heartburn, I'm kind of feeling a little weird right now. But anyway, we'll continue on with this interview. So there's a new study that I understand, Sherry, from the Journal of Neurology that talks about frequent heartburn medications, dementia. I heard this a while ago, that some of the medications that are out there for heartburn aren't the best for us, and maybe there's a more natural, more effective way to handle it. Can you give us the fact from fiction kind of disparity here?
Yeah, for sure. So, this group of medications that have been evaluated in this study, the Journal of Neurology and others, it's called PPIs, or proton pump inhibitors. And this is a class of drugs that shut down acid secretion in the stomach. And they've been available over the counter for about 20 years now, and they are widely used. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't stick to the recommended duration of use, which is 14 days. People often take them chronically. And in this recent study in the Journal of Neurology, what they found is that people that were taking these PPI drugs for 4 years were at a 33% greater risk of dementia compared to people who had never been taking these medications. And researchers believe there are a couple of mechanisms at play here which increase the risk of dementia with the use of these medications. The first is that these medications cause a deficiency of vitamin B12, which is a very important nutrient for cognitive function. And secondly, they also impact calcium and magnesium absorption, magnesium in particular, which is also important for brain function and the health of our nerves. And then there's also some changes and alterations in the gut bacteria, the microflora, that could be at play here. So this is not new. There's been actually a couple of studies in the last few years that have drawn this conclusion. And it's very concerning. As a pharmacist, I worry about this because I know dementia is such a difficult to manage condition that impacts families in such a troubling way. And the fact that these medications, the overuse of these medications, is increasing the risk of dementia, it's concerning.
Concerning indeed. So, all right. So the $25,000 question is, how do we handle heartburn safely out there if we get it, Sherry?
Well, there are definitely things you can do to prevent and manage heartburn. So starting off with your eating habits, if we can have smaller meals, eat more slowly, which gives our body the ability to digest better. That can make a big difference. Also, taking a digestive enzyme at the beginning of your meal. I often do this, especially if I know I might be having a little bit more than I'd like to. I take a formula called Digest Gold, which has enzymes to help break down the protein, carb, and fat throughout the digestive tract. That can help improve digestion. But if you find yourself faced with heartburn, you have an acute episode and it's an occasional problem, what I would suggest looking for is something that is over the counter in pharmacies and health food stores. It's very safe and works very quickly. It is called Heartburn Soothe, and it contains alginate and prickly pear cactus. Now, alginate, it's been around for decades, and what this substance does is derived from brown algae, and it absorbs 300 times its weight in water. And when you ingest the alginate in this Heartburn Soothe, it forms a barrier like a raft at the top of your stomach contents after a meal. And it prevents the acids from refluxing back up your esophagus, because that's what happens with heartburn. Acids reflux up, you get pain around your chest area, discomfort. So this prevents the refluxing of the acids, but it also helps to protect and help to heal and rebuild the stomach lining with the prickly pear cactus. So I love this because it works quick. And you know, when you have heartburn, you want something that's going to give you relief right away. You don't want relief a couple hours later or the next day. It's something where you need an acute treatment.
Couldn't agree more, Sherry. Absolutely. Where can we go to learn more information about this?
Yes, you can check out my website, sherrytorkos.com. It's SherryTorkos. Sherrytorkos.com. Check out my blog page where I talk about some of my lifestyle tips and strategies to beat the holiday heartburn. You know, again, eating small meals, supplements can help, and also making sure after you finish that big meal that you don't go and lie down, that you stay upright, because when you lay down, that makes it easier for those acids to reflux into the esophagus.
Good advice, Sherry Torkos. We appreciate your time this morning. Thanks so much for the info, and happy holidays.
Thanks so much. Happy holidays.
All right, Andrew Douglas back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. There are so many studies these days that link your dental health to the overall body health. So in other words, there is more and more studies that say if you are not healthy in here, you're not going to be healthy in mentally or physically. And so it is so important to teach proper dental care from the very beginning for some of our youngest all the way up to our seniors out there. Let's talk about children's dental health right now. I'm joined by Mead Moore, pediatric dentist, on the Action News 5 digital desk. I appreciate you joining us. So tell me how much of an issue this is here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for inviting me here. It's not just a problem here in Memphis, which it is, but it's also a problem nationwide. According to the Centers for Disease Control, 56% of kids between the age of 6 and 8 have untreated dental caries. And that's a huge number. And it can be reduced by parents taking care of their kids a little bit better and getting professional consultations early. I like to see kids as early as 1 years old to check their enamel, ask parents about how they clean their teeth. It's a big problem. And there's nothing worse than a child having a toothache. It's really devastating. They can't eat, they can't sleep. Sometimes they can't even go to school. It's a real problem here in Memphis too.
Yeah, I understand that your offices are in Germantown. Tell me about your clientele when it comes to, because you're a pediatric dentist, what do you see the most in terms of problems that some of the children's teeth have?
The biggest problem is that parents are not diligent enough to keep the teeth clean during the day. For example, I'm recommending to parents clean the teeth at least twice a day, especially, most importantly, before they go to bed. A lot of kids get tired, they get whiny, they're not cooperative, they want to go to bed, they're tired. Well, I recommend to parents, go ahead and clean their teeth with a toothbrush, or there's a product called Spiffy's, which is a wet wipe for parents to wrap around their finger and then wipe it over the gums and get the gums clean, get the teeth clean before they go to bed. Or start brushing the teeth earlier. You have to brush the teeth before they go to bed because the plaque builds up quickly. Plaque has bacteria. Bacteria secretes acids, and acids hurts the gum tissue and forms cavities.
You know, I think there are a lot of misconceptions out there, Doctor, and I'm sure you see it in your practice almost on I'm sure, a daily, if not a weekly basis, where people's misconceptions about dental care for children. Oh, they have baby teeth, they're going to be fine, or, hey, you don't need to worry about this until their permanent teeth come out. But it's about habits, right? I mean, explain some of the misconceptions out there.
Yeah, this is a real big misconception. I can't tell you how many times we hear the sentence, well, they're just baby teeth. Why do I need to fix them? Why do I need to spend the money to fix them? If you've ever seen a child that has extensive decay and even infections, abscesses, their faces are swollen, they're hurting, they can't eat, they can't sleep. It's a real tragedy. And like I say, there's so many kids out there that have untreated caries that it's really surprising at this day and time that this is happening. So you have to be diligent about teaching your kids how to brush early and clean their teeth all the time. I don't have any Coca-Colas or colas at our house. We just don't drink that because it's really bad for your teeth. But people really have another misconception about how bad potato chips are. Fritos and all the chips that you see in the grocery stores. That's just full of carbohydrates. And you put that in the mouth, you chew it, it becomes a paste. If you don't clean the paste off, if you don't clean the potato chips off the teeth, that can cause cavities as well. It's very strange to see how quickly a cavity can form if you don't clean the teeth and get the carbohydrates and the sugars off. So when I talk to parents, I say, okay, here's what you need to do. If they won't brush, use a wet wipe, a type of wet wipe called a Spiffy's. I don't get any kickback from that. I just know it works for kids. They wipe it off, wipe the plaque off the gums, off the teeth, and that way they can go to bed without any problems developing cavities while they sleep.
So let me ask you this: what about a bullet points for parents out there of young children? What do you tell them in terms of providing the best oral care for your child when you're not going to see a dentist?
All right, first of all, I'm going to back up 1 second and say it's very important for you to take your child to a pediatric dentist at the age of 1 or earlier if you see a problem. Genetics plays a big role in this also. I was just talking to a parent 20 minutes ago. He had terrible teeth when he was a child, and now the child luckily does not have any cavities, but I told him she's prone to it. Be sure and clean their teeth very well. Let the dentist check their teeth every 6 months. In my office, I'll see the children under age 3 for an exam and check their progress and make sure they're cleaning right. At age 3, we start the cleaning process, and by the time they're 3, they're used to the office. They feel like it's a safe environment. The parents come back with the child, and we go very slow. I want to make sure it's not like they're going to the pediatrician's office. they're not going to get a shot at the dental office, okay, in the arm, in the leg, or anything. So I want this to be a safe place, a place they feel comfortable, but they have to clean their teeth at home. Parents have to watch out what kind of foods that they're feeding them, like the carbohydrates, the sugars. When I first got out of dental school, putting the child to bed with a bottle full of either orange juice, Coca-Cola, or some other sugary drink was really rampant, especially here in Memphis. That's gotten a lot better, and that's due to public education. So it's watching what they eat, keep their teeth clean, and flossing. Now, flossing is a really interesting concept. People use a little floss around their fingers, but there's now called floss sticks. You get them at the drugstore, you get them at the grocery store, and they're much easier to maneuver around the child's teeth. So flossing also is very important to start. Around age 3 is what I recommend.
Yeah, I have those, and my wife and I use them all the time. My kids are in college, and so we've done our best to ensure oral health and take them to a pediatric dentist every 6 months. I guess it sounds like children's dental care and adult dental care are virtually the same. It seems like brush twice a day, see a dentist every 6 months or so, and just get regular checkups. Am I wrong with that?
No, that's perfectly right. That's exactly right. When you and I grew up, I was never told to floss. I mean, I don't think I flossed till I was in my late teens. I didn't think that was necessary. I thought it was only to get chicken or corn from between your teeth. It was never told to me that you're supposed to be flossing to prevent decay. And that's the big change in the past 30 years, 20 years. And people are now flossing a lot more. I drill this into all my patients. And the first question I ask the older patients, because they've been with me maybe a long time, I say, okay, tell me about your flossing. How you doing? And they know I'm going to ask that question. And most of them are very sheepish and say, I flossed about 2 weeks after I saw you, but then I quit. Well, I always drill it into the head. Please floss. It's not for my benefit. It's for yours. So flossing it with those floss sticks is great.
One final thing before we let you go, Dr. Moore. There's a big push to eliminate fluoride in drinking waters across the country. Some municipalities have done it because higher content of fluoride is known to damage the body in a number of different ways. Where do you stand on that?
I think fluoride in the drinking water is extremely important. We see a huge difference in the number of cavities kids have if they're on well water, say in Tennessee or Mississippi, versus kids who are drinking fluoridated water in Memphis. There's a dramatic change here. I think the misconception is that you're getting too much fluoride. And then the biggest controversy is, how much fluoride do you need in toothpaste? Do you want fluoride in toothpaste for a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old? My suggestion is a very small amount of toothpaste, no matter if it's fluoridated or not. But I recommend no fluoride until age 3 or 4 when they can spit. That's the key. If they're swallowing the toothpaste, I don't want them to have the fluoride. That can damage permanent teeth and make their stomach upset. So when they learn to spit, that's when you switch over to fluoridated toothpaste. But the fluoride in drinking water is extremely, I can't emphasize this enough, extremely important to prevent decay. And we're so lucky here in Memphis we have that.
All right, Dr. Mead Moore, we appreciate you and everything that you do at your pediatric dentist business there. Thank you so much for giving us an idea and really kind of shedding a light on how you should treat your children's oral health compared to an adult's oral health. Thanks so very much.
Have a great day. Thanks a lot.
Okay, you do the same. Thank you so much. Another live look from our High Five camera there in Midtown Memphis. A lot of clouds out there. We'll be talking about your forecast in 60 seconds.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The big story today, the impact of balmy breezes, strong winds blowing through across the Mid-South with gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Locally higher gusts can't be ruled out as we go through the course of the day. A couple things to note about these winds. Again, they're going to be warm winds, obviously blowing through the area. We've already had an issue where we had a building in Covington in Tipton County possibly be affected by some of the strong wind gusts over the last 24 hours. You know, that may be a bit more extreme, but there is the possibility that we could get a couple of wires jiggling with the power lines, maybe a couple of limbs coming down. And of course, with the actual frontal boundary moving through the area, you might have a burst of heavy downpours and a burst of wind to come along with it as well that could go 45 to 50 miles per hour. Of course, today, strong winds likely throughout the course of the day. So go ahead and be prepared for that, or at least very close to it. Some gusts, again, will be running up into that 40 mile per hour range, especially across the Delta locations, across northeastern Arkansas and across northwest Tennessee. Severe weather threat tends to be, again, farther to the north of us. We're right on the edge of the severe weather threat for today. But, you know, as we looked at the severe weather parameters last week, so let's back up a couple of days, go back to last week where we had that very broad center of risk that went from Michigan all the way down south to Jackson, Mississippi, and we were kind of in the middle of it. Well, obviously things have shifted, moved northward. The dynamics are in place here for large hail, damaging winds. Even a tornado or two can't be ruled out, especially across northern portions of Indiana. But we're right on the tail end of the strong wind potential as the squall line moves through the area. And again, this is going to be a very thin band of rain and storms that will likely push across the area overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, that will have some rain and wind, some rumbles of thunder, and of course it will come through as you are mostly sleeping tonight. So let's take a look at our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast. Lots of clouds, a couple of peaks of sun still possible. Windy conditions, that's the big story here today. High temperatures will top out generally in the upper 70s, close to 80 in a couple spots. Another thing about the winds today, we've seen a lot of folks trying to burn things. While I don't understand why. With the dry ground that we've got, the winds blowing through here, those embers are flaring up and going in other locations and starting other fires. There's some large fires across the deep south here. So refrain from burning. Also refrain from throwing out your cigarette butts out this, into the grasses because they are a tinderbox. This is our prime fire weather season anyways, this time of the year, generally February into March. Now, as far as tonight is concerned, we'll drop down through the 60s and 70s. Now, again, this is midnight. Temperatures may be in the 70s. That may be your high temperature tomorrow, technically, in a technical sense. But you, if you are going to be waking up and getting going at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, will not feel the 70s. You're likely to feel the 50s and tumbling temperatures to go along with it as well. Here comes a band of rain moving into the area. And again, it looks very paltry. I don't expect a whole lot with it, but of course, with the amount of wind energy we do have across the area, it would not be surprising to get a couple of gusts amid that thin band of rain, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Notice the temperatures. It's 3:30 in the morning. 60s still hanging out near 70. Notice by the time we get towards 6 a.m., 40s, 50s, and 60s, and tumbling temperatures from there to the 40s for afternoon temperatures. And of course, not only that, a cold north wind to go along with it as well. This is a wintry chill. So tomorrow, a falling temperature regime across the area. We'll call it 58 on average, but again, that's falling throughout the day. 52 for a high on Thursday, back to 58 by Thursday. Notice to the west of us, warmer air building back in across portions of the upper plains. That will be heading in our direction by the time we head towards the upcoming weekend. This front drops southward, and another area of low pressure is going to form on the back side of it. It's going to pull across our area as we head towards late Thursday night into your Friday. Some sporadic showers to contend with during that time frame. It's in and out of here fairly quickly, and then we start the process of a warming trend back towards the weekend. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. 77 today. Chances for rain will be elevated overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. Again, generally after midnight, but the big story here is going to be the wind gusts outside of any thunderstorms. You get those thunderstorms going through there, again, a little thin band of rain. It'll be in and out of your area probably within about 30 minutes time here tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Falling temperatures for your Wednesday. And speaking to that, this is what it's going to look like. This is the feels like temperatures going through the course of the day. 70s closing in on 80 degrees this afternoon, but the big blue norther coming southward. This is a look at 3 a.m. Feels like 55 in Jonesboro. Still feels like the upper 60s, Memphis and Oxford. Feels like 37 in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. By the time we get going at 6 a.m., feels like the 40s It gets even colder. Feels like it's in the 20s and 30s as we go into the mid-morning hours. So bundle up. Again, you might start the day on a milder note in some spots across the Mid-South. Other spots will already start to turn colder. All of us will be colder, though, through the course of the day. And, of course, we'll rebound back to the low 50s. Another rain chance overnight Thursday into Friday. And here we go into the weekend, rebounding back to the 70s. There is some indication, again, that by the time we head towards Monday night into Tuesday of next week, another chance for rain and storms could come down the pipeline, could also feature a few gusty downpours that we will keep an eye on over the course of the next couple of days. Stay weather aware with us on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas, and what we like to focus on, especially after the pandemic, is making sure our mental health is at tip-top shape. We want to make sure that we are doing extremely well when it comes to our mental health. And in the new year, we're seeing new trends in mental health to make sure that we are at our optimal level. Joining me now to talk more about this is Nona Kelly. She is someone who is a licensed marriage and family therapist. She specializes in relationships, life transitions, and stress. She's out of Nashville. She helps people across the state virtually. I appreciate you joining us. Tell me about what mental health first aid is. I guess that's a trend, right? Good morning.
Good morning. It's a trend that we're excited about. So mental health first aid is basically knowing signs and symptoms of crisis or some sort of struggle someone's having and knowing what to do for them. So an example of that is recognizing, as you would if someone were in physical need of first aid, recognizing the symptoms of mental health issues and having resources for that person or having immediate help for them right in that moment.
Okay, and so what's the trend exactly? I mean, is it recognizing those things? Is it the actual physical application of the first aid? Explain, Nona.
Absolutely. So what it is a lot of times people haven't felt comfortable even thinking about mental health, and mental health is becoming more popular with recognizing that we need help outside of ourselves. So what that is people being aware of their surroundings, them knowing what crisis looks like with mental health, such as like major depression, and being able to provide that person with resources.
Okay, I appreciate you explaining that one to me. Tell me about rise of third spaces. You know, we hear a lot about safe spaces. We hear about other spaces. What's third spaces?
Absolutely. So a third space is a place where you can go that isn't work or home. With the pandemic, a lot of us were stuck at home and isolated. And of course, depression, addiction increased during that time. So what we've learned is that people need another place to go that doesn't cost them money. And so what we're hoping is the local governments will provide a space for that. We're seeing that already in some apartments with They generally have like a community space for their residents where there's sofas, there's games, there's often a coffee bar there, and you can just go and socialize and not feel like you have to spend money.
Is this also, I mean, would libraries or bookstores be a part of that?
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. That is a perfect example is a public library. What we would like is to see people actually interacting, having opportunity to get to know each other better. Library is oftentimes more of a quiet space, but yes, that's a perfect example.
Tell me about some of the trends that many therapists say we need to leave behind in 2023.
Absolutely, yes. So one of those is the therapy stigma, which is not talking to our friends and family about the fact that we are receiving therapy. It at one point was kind of shame-based to talk about your problems. And now that is changing, and we're getting more comfortable with talking about therapy, that, hey, I'm getting therapy. This is the tools. These are the tools that my therapist has taught me. This is what I'm learning about myself. And so one of the trends going out is that shame-based therapy. Well, not therapy, but the shame surrounding receiving therapy.
Anything else you want to mention, Nona, before we let you go? I find this fascinating.
Well, I do encourage everyone to get any kind of help that they feel they need. Oftentimes, we aren't aware that we're even struggling with mental health issues. So we can educate ourselves on things such as anxiety, depression. People walk around hurting and they're not aware that there's help for them. So there's absolutely help available. There's new counseling opportunities such as ThriveWorks that offers same day or next day counseling, so we don't have to wait weeks anymore.
Okay, Nona Kelly, we appreciate you and we appreciate all the info you are giving us when it comes to mental health trends that we're expecting in 2024. Thanks so very much.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The big story today, the impact of balmy breezes, strong winds blowing through across the Mid-South with gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Locally higher gusts can't be ruled out as we go through the course of the day. A couple things to note about these winds. Again, they're going to be warm winds, obviously blowing through the area. We've already had an issue where we had a building in Covington in Tipton County possibly be affected by some of the strong wind gusts over the last 24 hours. You know, that may be a bit more extreme, but there is the possibility that we could get a couple of wires jiggling with the power lines, maybe a couple of limbs coming down. And of course, with the actual frontal boundary moving through the area, you might have a burst of heavy downpours and a burst of wind to come along with it as well that could go 45 to 50 miles per hour. Of course, today, strong winds likely throughout the course of the day. So go ahead and be prepared for that, or at least very close to it. Some gusts, again, will be running up into that 40 mile per hour range, especially across the Delta locations, across northeastern Arkansas and across northwest Tennessee. Severe weather threat tends to be, again, farther to the north of us. We're right on the edge of a severe weather threat for today, but as we looked at the severe weather parameters last week. So let's back up a couple of days. Go back to last week where we had that very broad center of risk that went from Michigan all the way down south to Jackson, Mississippi, and we were kind of in the middle of it. Well, obviously things have shifted, moved northward. The dynamics are in place here for large hail, damaging winds. Even a tornado or two can't be rolled out, especially across northern portions of Indiana. But we're right on the tail end of the strong wind potential as the squall line moves through the area. And again, this is going to be a very thin band of rain and storms that will likely push across the area overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, that will have some rain and wind, some rumbles of thunder, and of course it will come through as you are mostly sleeping tonight. So let's take a look at our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast. Lots of clouds, a couple of peaks of sun still possible. Windy conditions, that's the big story here today. High temperatures will top out generally in the upper 70s, close to 80 in a couple spots. Another thing about the winds today, we've seen a lot of folks trying to burn things. While I don't understand why. With the dry ground that we've got, the winds blowing through here, those embers are flaring up and going in other locations and starting other fires. There's some large fires across the deep south here. So refrain from burning. Also refrain from throwing out your cigarette butts out this, into the grasses because they are a tinderbox. This is our prime fire weather season anyways, this time of the year, generally February into March. Now, as far as tonight is concerned, we'll drop down through the 60s and 70s. Now, again, this is midnight. Temperatures may be in the 70s. That may be your high temperature tomorrow, technically, in a technical sense. But you, if you are going to be waking up and getting going at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, will not feel the 70s. You're likely to feel the 50s and tumbling temperatures to go along with it as well. Here comes a band of rain moving into the area. And again, it looks very paltry. I don't expect a whole lot with it, but of course, with the amount of wind energy we do have across the area, it would not be surprising to get a couple of gusts amid that thin band of rain, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Notice the temperatures. It's 3:30 in the morning. 60s still hanging out near 70. Notice by the time we get towards 6 a.m., 40s, 50s, and 60s, and tumbling temperatures from there to the 40s for afternoon temperatures. And of course, not only that, a cold north wind to go along with it as well. This is a wintry chill. So tomorrow, a falling temperature regime across the area. We'll call it 58 on average, but again, that's falling throughout the day. 52 for a high on Thursday, back to 58 by Thursday. Notice to the west of us, warmer air building back in across portions of the upper plains. That will be heading in our direction by the time we head towards the upcoming weekend. This front drops southward, and another area of low pressure is going to form on the backside of it. It's going to pull across our area as we head towards late Thursday night into your Friday. Some sporadic showers to contend with during that time frame. It's in and out of here fairly quickly, and then we start the process of a warming trend back towards the weekend. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. 77 today. Chances for rain will be elevated overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. Again, generally after midnight, but the big story here is going to be the wind gusts outside of any thunderstorms. You get those thunderstorms going through there, again, a little thin band of rain will be in and out of your area probably within about 30 minutes time here tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Falling temperatures for your Wednesday. And speaking to that, this is what it's going to look like. This is the feels like temperatures going through the course of the day. 70s closing in on 80 degrees this afternoon, but the big blue norther coming southward. This is a look at 3 a.m. Feels like 55 in Jonesboro. Still feels like the upper 60s, Memphis and Oxford. Feels like 37 in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. By the time we go in at 6 a.m., feels like the 40s. It gets even colder. Feels like it's in the 20s and 30s as we go into the mid-morning hours. So bundle up. Again, you might start the day on a milder note in some spots across the Mid-South. Other spots will already start to turn colder. All of us will be colder, though, through the course of the day. And, of course, we'll rebound back to the low 50s. Another rain chance overnight Thursday into Friday. And here we go into the weekend, rebounding back to the 70s. There is some indication, again, that by the time we head towards Monday night into Tuesday of next week, another chance for rain and storms could come down the pipeline, could also feature a few gusty downpours that we will keep an eye on over the course of the next couple of days. Stay weather aware with us on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We have one of our favorite interviews all week long. Joining us Tuesday, the upbeat, uplifting, positive, encouraging Talisa Franklin joining us on the Digital Desk to talk about what is going on in the area and so many positive things. Talisa, how are you this morning?
I am wonderful. How are you?
I am doing so well. I love seeing your billboards. Every time I pass by it, I see it, and it's wonderful to see each and every time I see it. It reminds me of the Tuesdays that we get a chance to talk and talk about the positive things going on. So what's happening?
Listen, it's so many great things. And when I'm out in the streets, Andrew, and people tell me about my boards, and I ask them one big question: did it make you feel good? Did it make you smile? Because there's a lot of other negative stuff going on in our city. And I was like, how can I make people smile? How can I bring a little hope to so many people in some world that makes it feels like it's hopeless, but we know that it's not, because our hope is in our Jesus Christ. So I'm just glad that it encouraged you and so many others. So y'all, thank y'all for loving the vision God gave me. So this week, y'all know it is almost that time for graduation for the class of 2024. And listen, we got to make sure our babies know where they're going off to college or higher learning. And so the HBCU awareness is always bringing the best of their college fairs. This is their 9th year in doing it. And so it's already starting. And so you have a whole list of things to get ready for, to do, to make sure. So Wednesday, the 26th, tomorrow. So it's starting now in your mind. I got to get there either Wednesday or March 2nd, which is this Saturday, to be at this college fair. Listen, I've seen people get scholarships right on the spot. And so listen, parents, students, grandparents, people that love our children and want to see the best for our children, make sure you let them know about this college fair. And it's going on. It's presented by the HBCU Awareness Foundation that's always doing great work. For information, you can actually go to their website. You see the information on the screen. Make sure you tap out to it. And just want to shout out to the leader, Corey, that is really have a heart to make sure our children get an education and make sure they get the opportunities. And he bring those opportunities right here in our Bluff City so they can know college is available to them and they have all the great resources that they need to be successful. And then on this Saturday, y'all, maybe you are a family and you're experiencing little shortages, or you got little babies, and y'all know diapers are expensive, right? And so my dear friend, brother, Pastor Leon Jones over at the Dwelling Place, his ministry is doing a community food and diaper bank. What that looks like, Talisa? Well, they're giving you enough food to last you a while, and they're giving you Pampers and diapers for those babies. And so listen, that information, that activation starts this Saturday at 9 a.m. Let me tell you, people actually get there really, really early for those good goods and services. So definitely, if you know that you need Pampers or you need food, get to the Dwelling Place Christian Church at 3034 Old Austin P, pastored by my dear friend and brother, Pastor Leon Jones, that is truly doing the work in that community and meeting the needs of so many families. So this Saturday, y'all, March 2nd, it's happening 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock. And then I just want to spotlight somebody that is doing something that is amazing in our city. My dear friend, my dear brother, Pastor Gerald Kiner, they have a homeless food truck. Yeah, they are riding around the city of Memphis in a converted Mercedes-Benz Sprinter for our unhoused community to make sure they get a great meal. And I just want to shout out Jesus People Church, Daughters of Zion, that they all pulled together and say, we see the problem, now we're going to meet the needs of the problem. And I just want to salute them for doing what they do. And they're really taking care of our community. And community, I challenge you, if you have not looked up Daughters of the Zion, Jesus People Church, Pastor Gerald Kiner, do yourself a favor and let's figure out how we can partner with him where there are boots on the ground, helping our unhoused community and making sure they have a nutritious meal every single day. He's not doing it just on the holidays. They're doing it every single day. Why? Because our unhoused community, they need to eat every single day. And so I just want to say kudos to Pastor Kina, Daughters of the Zion, and Jesus People Church for all your service to our unhoused community. Listen, food truck for our homeless is amazing. Thank you all for what you're doing for our community. Andrew, and I'm telling you, that means so much when we're giving back to our community.
I love it. I love it, Talisa. And you know, people are going to find these upbeat, uplifting, positive conversations in one place right here on the digital desk with Talisa Franklin from The Trend. And you bringing that to our attention, it's a great, great story. So thank you so much for bringing it up. We appreciate you every day, 365 days a year, Talisa.
Thank you so much. Same to you, brother. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care. All righty. There's another live look from our High Five camera there in Midtown Memphis. Some clouds out there. The forecast constantly changing. We'll be talking about the changes headed in our way in 60 seconds.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The big story today, the impact of balmy breezes, strong winds blowing through across the Mid-South with gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Locally higher gusts can't be ruled out as we go through the course of the day. A couple things to note about these winds. Again, they're going to be warm winds, obviously blowing through the area. We've already had an issue where we had a building in Covington in Tipton County possibly be affected by some of the strong wind gusts over the last 24 hours. You know, that may be a bit more extreme, but there is the possibility that we could get a couple of wires jiggling with the power lines, maybe a couple of limbs coming down. And of course, with the actual frontal boundary moving through the area, you might have a burst of heavy downpours and a burst of wind to come along with it as well that could go 45 to 50 miles per hour. Of course, today, strong winds likely throughout the course of the day. So go ahead and be prepared for that, or at least very close to it. Some gusts, again, will be running up into that 40 mile per hour range, especially across the Delta locations, across northeastern Arkansas and across northwest Tennessee. Severe weather threat tends to be, again, farther to the north of us. We're right on the edge of the severe weather threat for today. But, you know, as we looked at the severe weather parameters last week, so let's back up a couple of days, go back to last week where we had that very broad center of risk that went from Michigan all the way down south to Jackson, Mississippi, and we were kind of in the middle of it. Well, obviously things have shifted, moved northward. The dynamics are in place here for large hail, damaging winds. Even a tornado or two can't be rolled out, especially across northern portions of Indiana. But we're right on the tail end of the strong wind potential as the squall line moves through the area. And again, this is going to be a very thin band of rain and storms that will likely push across the area overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, that will have some rain and wind, some rumbles of thunder, and of course it will come through as you are mostly sleeping tonight. So let's take a look at our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast. Lots of clouds, a couple of peaks of sun still possible. Windy conditions, that's the big story here today. High temperatures will top out generally in the upper 70s, close to 80 in a couple spots. Another thing about the winds today, we've seen a lot of folks trying to burn things. While I don't understand why. With the dry ground that we've got, the winds blowing through here, those embers are flaring up and going in other locations and starting other fires. There's some large fires across the deep south here. So refrain from burning. Also refrain from throwing out your cigarette butts out this, into the grasses because they are a tinderbox. This is our prime fire weather season anyways, this time of the year, generally February into March. Now, as far as tonight is concerned, we'll drop down through the 60s and 70s. Now, again, this is midnight. Temperatures may be in the 70s. That may be your high temperature tomorrow, technically, in a technical sense. But you, if you are going to be waking up and getting going at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, will not feel the 70s. You're likely to feel the 50s and tumbling temperatures to go along with it as well. Here comes a band of rain moving into the area. And again, it looks very paltry. I don't expect a whole lot with it, but of course, with the amount of wind energy we do have across the area, it would not be surprising to get a couple of gusts amid that thin band of rain, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Notice the temperatures. It's 3:30 in the morning. 60s still hanging out near 70. Notice by the time we get towards 6 a.m., 40s, 50s, and 60s, and tumbling temperatures from there to the 40s for afternoon temperatures. And of course, not only that, a cold north wind to go along with it as well. This is a wintry chill. So tomorrow, a falling temperature regime across the area. We'll call it 58 on average, but again, that's falling throughout the day. 52 for a high on Thursday, back to 58 by Thursday. Notice to the west of us, warmer air building back in across portions of the upper plains. That will be heading in our direction by the time we head towards the upcoming weekend. This front drops southward, and another area of low pressure is going to form on the back side of it. It's going to pull across our area as we head towards late Thursday night into your Friday. Some sporadic showers to contend with during that time frame. It's in and out of here fairly quickly, and then we start the process of a warming trend back towards the weekend. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. 77 today. Chances for rain will be elevated overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. Again, generally after midnight, but the big story here is going to be the wind gusts outside of any thunderstorms. You get those thunderstorms going through there, again, a little thin band of rain will be in and out of your area probably within about 30 minutes time here tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Falling temperatures for your Wednesday. And speaking to that, this is what it's going to look like. This is the feels like temperatures going through the course of the day. 70s closing in on 80 degrees this afternoon, but the big blue norther coming southward. This is a look at 3 a.m. Feels like 55 in Jonesboro. Still feels like the upper 60s, Memphis and Oxford. Feels like 37 in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. By the time we get going at 6 a.m., feels like the 40s. It gets even colder. Feels like it's in the 20s and 30s as we go into the mid-morning hours. So bundle up. Again, you might start the day on a milder note in some spots across the Mid-South. Other spots will already start to turn colder. All of us will be colder, though, through the course of the day. And, of course, we'll rebound back to the low 50s. Another rain chance overnight Thursday into Friday. And here we go into the weekend, rebounding back to the 70s. There is some indication, again, that by the time we head towards Monday night into Tuesday of next week, another chance for rain and storms could come down the pipeline, could also feature a few gusty downpours that we will keep an eye on over the course of the next couple of days. Stay weather aware with us on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
We talk about all kinds of kidney disease awareness and kidney health, but I want to ask you, do you know anything about autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease? Well, this is called ADPKD, and it is a rare genetic condition that causes cysts to form on the kidney. It affects their ability to function, and ultimately it leads to kidney declining and the need for dialysis or a transplant. So this is so important to really kind of bring up the idea of kidney health. And to talk more about kidney health, I am joined right now by a 5-time Olympic gold medalist. You know that you recognize her. This is Missy Franklin on the Action News 5 digital desk, world-class swimmer, joining us this morning to talk about kidney disease and awareness and how her own family has been affected by it. Missy, First off, thank you for joining us on the digital desk here. I'm excited to have you. Tell us about your swimming career first off, because I know we are an Olympic station here. We've seen you, we've rooted for you, cheered you on. Tell me what you're doing in the pool these days.
Well, thank you so much for having me, first of all, and for all that cheering. I definitely heard it. So I feel so fortunate looking back on my swimming career. I was able to compete in the 2012 and 2016 Olympic Games. I have 5 gold medals and a bronze, and I did retire in 2018 due to injury. And as hard as that was at the time, it gave me more time and energy to focus on other areas of my life that I'm passionate about, and especially was able to make me shift my focus and passion to my family, which is the #1 priority in the world for me.
I understand that completely. Congratulations on what a successful career you had in the pool as a swimmer. And again, 5 Olympic gold medals. That is something to be proud of. So, Missy, let's switch gears here and let's talk about kidney disease, specifically ADPKD, and why you hold it so close to your heart.
Yes, absolutely. So you did a beautiful job of describing what ADPKD is. So I won't touch too much on that, but it is a genetic condition that affects the kidneys. And it is particularly important to myself and my family because it runs in my father's family. So my father was diagnosed along with some of his siblings, as well as one of my grandparents. It is a hereditary disease. So I know that each child of a parent with ADPKD also has a 50% chance of inheriting it themselves. So we've been on quite the journey with my father and with my family with this disease. And he really started to decline in 2019. And it was around early 2022 that we started looking for a living organ donor for my dad.
How can you tell us how the symptoms manifested itself? Was there something that was clearly not wrong that you guys could tell right away?
Yes, well, thankfully, we were able to get his diagnosis very early. So we were actually able to get his diagnosis before the symptoms really set in. And that is a huge part of our messaging and what I'm here with Otsuka America Pharmaceutical Inc. to discuss today is those conversations of family health history. And they're so important if you can talk to one another, your family members, about any genetic diseases that might be in the family so you can detect them as early on as possible. We know that early detection makes a big difference. So we had an early detection for my dad. And then once it progressed, I would say one of the biggest things for him was his fatigue. And that was really hard to watch as his daughter was just how tired he was all the time, the 3-4 hour naps that he needed to take every single day just to get through the day. And that was very tough on both myself and my mom, who was his primary caregiver.
I bet. That is a big deal. It certainly impacts her and the whole family. So tell us how your dad's doing now and what you've learned throughout this whole journey, Missy.
Yes, absolutely. So in August of 2022, my dad did successfully undergo transplant surgery. We did search for months for a living donor because he was on the organ donation list, but those can sometimes be years of waiting. And we learned the day of the surgery that my dad's living donor was another Olympic gold medalist in swimming. Her name is Chrissy Perham. We did not know her beforehand. She was a perfect match for my dad and did this out of the goodness of her heart. And both my father and Chrissy are doing so well, and Chrissy is now a part of our family. And throughout the whole process, I think I learned really the importance of disease education for those who might be affected by ADPKD or another kidney disease, understanding the hereditary nature of it, and just being conscious about being an advocate for my own health. So now I work with my doctors and nephrologists to carefully monitor my kidneys and overall health.
What a fantastic story. I mean, what are the chances another Olympic gold medalist or, Olympic swimmer or Olympian, I guess I should say, helps out your family? That's amazing. So we have thousands of people that are watching us right now, Missy. Each and every morning they join us here on the digital desk. If someone has kidney disease that runs in their family or, they're concerned about it, what would you tell them?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we believe that every patient's and family needs are different, but I think that discussing health history with your family is such an important conversation that every family should have. And so I would just encourage anyone whose family has a history of ADPKD or other kidney or genetic diseases to stay proactive, speak with your doctor about different ways to identify kidney disease. And Otsuka America Pharmaceutical Inc. has an awesome resource to learn more. You guys can go to adpkdquestions.com, and that would be an amazing resource for you if you are looking to learn more about this disease.
I understand you live right down the road from us. We're in Memphis, you're in Nashville. What else can you tell all of your fans here in the Memphis Mid-South area?
I have to say, we've been in Nashville for about 2 years now. I'm originally from Colorado, and I do miss Colorado, but I love it here. I've been so blown away by the kindness of the people, the beauty of the nature, how active everyone is. It is just incredible. I really feel like I'm at home here, and I'm just so grateful for that.
Well, we're grateful for you joining us on the digital desk. Missy Franklin, 5-time Olympic gold medalist, champion, world-class swimmer. Thank you so much for not only giving us an update on you and your life, but also talking about the importance of kidney disease awareness and your fight, your own fight and battle with it, your family's fight, I should say. Thank you so much for talking with us, and God bless you and your family. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Likewise.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Douglas. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. 1 in 4 adults grapple with mental illness, and that number goes from 1 to 3 adults if you just include the ages of 18 and 25. Treatment shockingly low, and more people are being linked to mental health disorders. They become more susceptible to substance abuse and vice versa. It is a painful web there that is constantly being woven each and every day, each and every month across this country. There is a new organization. It's called Live 3 999. It has emerged as a beacon of hope and a tribute to healing and a platform for change. I'm joined now by a couple of ladies here. Carmela Wallace. She is someone who founded Live 399, and Dr. Sherry Turner. She is the Chief Health Officer of Crisis Text Line. Ladies, good morning to you. I appreciate you joining us. First off, Carmela, tell me about founding this organization, Live 399, to honor your son Jared's memory. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. So I founded Live Free 999 to honor my son, Jared, also known as Juice WRLD, after his accidental overdose passing. So the point of the foundation is to normalize the conversation around mental health and substance dependency, to provide resources and support programs that provide outlets and positive ways of addressing mental health, and also to let those know that they are not alone and encourage them not to suffer in silence.
Dr. Turner, over to you. I want to talk about how Live 3 999 and the crisis text line aim to bridge the gap when it comes to treatment, especially among that window of adults ages 18 to 25, where mental health illness is shockingly high.
Right. We are in a youth mental health epidemic. So Crisis Text Line is really pleased to support Live Free 999 as we seek to decrease the stigma around mental illness and increase the awareness of Crisis Text Line as a resource, especially for youth between the ages of 18 and 25. We want to make sure that they know that Crisis Text Line is available for them. Crisis Text Line provides free 24/7 mental health support and crisis intervention solely on a text platform in English or in Spanish. So anyone can text LF999 to 741-741 and receive support from a live volunteer crisis counselor who's supervised by a mental health professional. And we like to say a crisis to you is a crisis to us. That's how we bridge the gap, because we're available equally, our volunteers, for someone who's struggling with their homework, with a relationship, with substance use, all the way to the point of feeling like they're having suicidal ideations.
So, Carmela, back over to you. How important is it for young Americans to talk about their mental health? I mean, you founded Live 3999, and I'm sure you come across an extraordinary amount of people. And what are you seeing on the front lines, so to speak?
I'm seeing people are starting to have the conversation. I'm seeing that mental health is more than just a passing statement. Mental health is health, but people are actually engaging and looking for ways to do something about the crisis, the epidemic that's going on right now. And I think partnering with the Crisis Text Line allows us the opportunity to provide resources to some who may not have even had the resources to identify that, to help them through their struggles.
And Dr. Turner, over to you again. Let's talk about that crisis text line and the impact it has from your perspective. I mean, tell me what you see each and every day.
So young people are in need of assistance. Young people are dealing with depression and anxiety at rates that are far more than they were 10 years ago even. So what we want to provide is this confidential, anonymous support that they find helpful. And in fact, when we look at our surveys, 87% of our texters find that the conversation has been helpful, and 25% of them would not have anywhere else to turn. So they're finding that they're less stressed and less depressed and anxious at the end of those conversations. And we know we're reaching communities of color in particular, and LGBTQ plus communities.
So ladies, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. Perhaps, and I open this up to both of you, perhaps someone is watching, maybe they have a family member, a loved one, a friend out there that's struggling right now. What's the best way to reach out and get help?
So I would encourage them not to suffer in silence. They could do a number of things. They could go to livefree999.org.
Or they can text LF999 to 741-741, or find resources on our webpage, crisistextline.org.
Ladies, thank you so much for talking about this issue that's so prevalent and so important. Mental health, certainly top of mind for so many people out there. Thank you for all that you've done with Live Free 999 and the Crisis Text Line. We appreciate everything that you're doing. Thanks so very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The big story today, the impact of balmy breezes, strong winds blowing through across the Mid-South with gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Locally higher gusts can't be ruled out as we go through the course of the day. A couple things to note about these winds. Again, they're going to be warm winds, obviously blowing through the area. We've already had an issue where we had a building in Covington in Tipton County possibly be affected by some of the strong wind gusts over the last 24 hours. You know, that may be a bit more extreme, but there is the possibility that we could get a couple of wires jiggling with the power lines, maybe a couple of limbs coming down. And of course, with the actual frontal boundary moving through the area, you might have a burst of heavy downpours and a burst of wind to come along with it as well that could go 45 to 50 miles per hour. Of course, today, strong winds likely throughout the course of the day. So go ahead and be prepared for that, or at least very close to it. Some gusts, again, will be running up into that 40 mile per hour range, especially across the Delta locations, across northeastern Arkansas and across northwest Tennessee. Severe weather threat tends to be, again, farther to the north of us. We're right on the edge of a severe weather threat for today. But, you know, as we looked at the severe weather parameters last week, so let's back up a couple of days, go back to last week where we had that very broad center of risk that went from Michigan all the way down south to Jackson, Mississippi, and we were kind of in the middle of it. Well, obviously things have shifted, moved northward. The dynamics are in place here for large hail, damaging winds. Even a tornado or two can't be rolled out, especially across northern portions of Indiana. But we're right on the tail end of the strong wind potential as the squall line moves through the area. And again, this is going to be a very thin band of rain and storms that will likely push across the area overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, that will have some rain and wind, some rumbles of thunder, and of course it will come through as you are mostly sleeping tonight. So let's take a look at our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast. Lots of clouds, a couple of peaks of sun still possible. Windy conditions, that's the big story here today. High temperatures will top out generally in the upper 70s, close to 80 in a couple spots. Another thing about the winds today, we've seen a lot of folks trying to burn things. While I don't understand why. With the dry ground that we've got, the winds blowing through here, those embers are flaring up and going in other locations and starting other fires. There's some large fires across the deep south here. So refrain from burning. Also refrain from throwing out your cigarette butts out this, into the grasses because they are a tinderbox. This is our prime fire weather season anyways, this time of the year, generally February into March. Now, as far as tonight is concerned, we'll drop down through the 60s and 70s. Now, again, this is midnight. Temperatures may be in the 70s. That may be your high temperature tomorrow, technically, in a technical sense. But you, if you are going to be waking up and getting going at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, will not feel the 70s. You're likely to feel the 50s and tumbling temperatures that go along with it as well. Here comes a band of rain moving into the area. And again, it looks very paltry. I don't expect a whole lot with it, but of course, with the amount of wind energy we do have across the area, it would not be surprising to get a couple of gusts amid that thin band of rain, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Notice the temperatures. It's 3:30 in the morning. 60s still hanging out near 70. Notice by the time we get towards 6 a.m., 40s, 50s, and 60s, and tumbling temperatures from there to the 40s for afternoon temperatures. And of course, not only that, a cold north wind to go along with it as well. This is a wintry chill. So tomorrow, a falling temperature regime across the area. We'll call it 58 on average, but again, that's falling throughout the day. 52 for a high on Thursday, back to 58 by Thursday. Notice to the west of us, warmer air building back in across portions of the upper plains. That will be heading in our direction by the time we head towards the upcoming weekend. This front drops southward, and another area of low pressure is going to form on the backside of it. It's going to pull across our area as we head towards late Thursday night into your Friday. Some sporadic showers to contend with during that time frame. It's in and out of here fairly quickly, and then we start the process of a warming trend back towards the weekend. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. 77 today. Chances for rain will be elevated overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. Again, generally after midnight, but the big story here is going to be the wind gusts outside of any thunderstorms. You get those thunderstorms going through there, again, a little thin band of rain will be in and out of your area probably within about 30 minutes time here tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Falling temperatures for your Wednesday. And speaking to that, this is what it's going to look like. This is the feels like temperatures going through the course of the day. 70s closing in on 80 degrees this afternoon, but the big blue norther coming southward. This is a look at 3 a.m. Feels like 55 in Jonesboro. Still feels like the upper 60s, Memphis and Oxford. Feels like 37 in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. By the time we get going at 6 a.m., feels like the 40s. It gets even colder. Feels like it's in the 20s and 30s as we go into the mid-morning hours. So bundle up. Again, you might start the day on a milder note in some spots across the Mid-South. Other spots will already start to turn colder. All of us will be colder, though, through the course of the day. And, of course, we'll rebound back to the low 50s. Another rain chance overnight Thursday into Friday. And here we go into the weekend, rebounding back to the 70s. There is some indication, again, that by the time we head towards Monday night into Tuesday of next week, another chance for rain and storms could come down the pipeline, could also feature a few gusty downpours that we will keep an eye on over the course of the next couple of days. Stay weather aware with us on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Right now, I want to focus on imposter syndrome because that is an issue that you may not know much about, really. And it's important to combat what is imposter syndrome and to better understand it. Let's bring in Dr. Gail Gazelle. She is an assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School and a master certified coach for physicians. Dr. Gazelle, nice to have you back on. Good morning to you.
Good morning. A pleasure to be here.
Yes, absolutely. Let's talk about what exactly is imposter syndrome.
It's so important to be aware of what it is. It's this idea that what we know is tiny, maybe as big as the tip of my pinky. And what our peers and similarly situated people know is, kind of massive, as big as the city of Boston. And we live in fear that we're going to be found out, that somehow people will find out how little we know, how smart we are, how compassionate we are, what a good parent we are. It can really cross into any domain. And when they find out, we are going to be the laughing stock of our institution or even of our community. We're going to be found out as a complete fraud. So it creates an incredible amount of fear and anxiety and distress for otherwise accomplished individuals.
So are these individuals that are people that live with this imposter syndrome, are they people already doing a job and then they fear that they are not living up to others' expectations? Or is it a sense of fearing the possibility of what they could do, but out of that imposter syndrome fear, they don't even go for that next position or a next situation?
I think it covers both ends of that spectrum. If you go on Google and you Google who feels like an imposter, you will be amazed at the number of very high-profile individuals who actually have felt like they are an imposter. Michelle Obama, Elena Sotomayor, Jodie Foster has a quote about, oh, did they give the Oscar to the wrong person? So a lot of highly accomplished individuals walk around feeling like an imposter. And as you could hear, I named 3 women. It is thought to be more common in women than in men. At the same time, it can hold us back from achieving our full potential, from really going for it, from going for a job promotion, for example, for entering into a graduate program, for being a leader in our church or in our community. All of that sense of being an imposter can leave us feeling like we're unworthy, that other people are somehow better suited. So it's so important to actually recognize when we're going off into these imposter thoughts and utilize tools to work with them.
Anyone that has a sense of insecurity at any time in their life can have some empathy when it comes to this imposter syndrome. And is it Is that thoughts and that syndrome, is it ignited by insecurities in the past? Where does it come from?
I don't think we know fully exactly where it comes from, but the fact that it's more common in women than men kind of gives us some clues. We live in such a gender stereotyped society, don't we? That men are this way and women are this way. And for women, it's often about how we appear, how we look, whether we're smiling enough, whether we're pretty enough, attentive enough to our looks. And that can actually create a sense of insecurity, a sense that there's something that isn't really intrinsic to me that people are seeing as my worth. So I think that's an important factor to think about when we look back at the development of the imposter syndrome. Bottom line, though, it's incredibly common in otherwise very highly placed and accomplished people who I think, as many of us walk around, we would never suspect that they themselves are accusing themselves of being an imposter.
No question. So let's talk about ways to combat this, because according to the research out there, 10,000 to 20,000 thoughts our human brain has every single day. And gosh, I mean, I guess that could range in all kinds of different directions. But how do we combat imposter syndrome?
Well, that's the important question, isn't it? And I think you're right on the mark. We need to get to know our own thought patterns. As you say, the human mind is a thought-producing machine, tens of thousands of thoughts per day, many of which are incredibly useful. But when we begin to pay attention more with a mindful attitude of attention, we actually begin to see how many of our thoughts are not useful, not helpful. Self-accusatory thoughts like, I'm an imposter, people will find out that I'm not worthy. And so one really important strategy is getting to know your own thoughts and realizing that while these thoughts are appearing in your mind, you don't have to believe them all. You actually can question them. You can pause and question, well, how do I even know that I'm an imposter? What's the data that I'm utilizing to make this assessment? And then all of a sudden you can realize that it's actually a little bit laughable, that your mind has created this fictional story of being an imposter really on almost no data and certainly no objective data. So I think that's really important to apply very practical mindfulness tools to getting to know our own thoughts.
Yes, absolutely. I'm fascinated by this because absolutely mindfulness is key. What about other ways outside of one's self? Are there people, are there family members, perhaps professionals that someone could go to let them know or reassure them that they're not an imposter?
I think that's important, to go to confidants, whether that's a family member or a spouse or a colleague or a coworker, and actually get validation. I felt like I really didn't know what I was talking about when I gave that presentation, just as an example. Can you give me some feedback? In other words, that's a way to step out of the subjective process that our minds are in and actually get some objective data. I think another strategy that's really important is every day to do an inventory of your strengths. Looking at our strengths and accomplishments is a really important counterbalance to this whole idea that we're not the real deal. And so at the end of every day, just to do an inventory, well, what strengths did I evidence as I went through my day today? That's a way to build the muscle of seeing the truth. We're not looking for some Pollyanna fake assessment of who we are. We're looking for a more balanced assessment. And that's one way that we can help ourselves develop it.
Self-confidence is key, I would think. How common is imposter syndrome out there?
We don't know for sure, but estimates are that over 70% of women experience the imposter syndrome. I'm a physician. I work in healthcare. I coach physicians and physician leaders. And in the over 500 physicians I've coached one-on-one in the last decade, I'll be honest with you, it's a rare one that doesn't walk around feeling like an imposter. And I think that tells us something as well. All the information and expertise that physicians have, all their years of training, all the good that they do in the world, and yet they walk around feeling like an imposter. So I think that kind of validation is important. And for your viewers who may themselves suffer from the imposter syndrome, sometimes when we realize it's not just us, that this is actually a characteristic of the human species, that many of us feel this way, that can also help reduce the sense of isolation that the imposter syndrome engenders.
Dr. Gesell, this has been very informative for our viewers, what you're talking about with imposter syndrome. What happens if one of our viewers, now that they've informed themselves about what it is, sees someone that perhaps shows signs of an imposter syndrome? How should they approach someone?
I think that validation is extremely important. So perhaps to say to that individual, gosh, I can see how troubling this is. I can see how it kind of keeps you acting small in your workplace and in your community. And I want to share with you that I myself have felt like an imposter. So I'm saying that as Gail Gesell, a Harvard Medical School assistant professor, but I think that's something that we can lend to others who are experiencing this. Simply validate that we too experience this, or that, you know, people in high places experience this. I think, again, that decreases that sense that the mind has that it's just us. And so that can lighten the load and actually make one question, step into curiosity. Well, do I even need to feel this? Do I need to keep kind of lording this over myself, so to speak? And is it really helping me in any way?
Great information, Dr. Gesell. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
I have a free guide on my site, if that can be helpful to your viewers, www.gailgesell.com. It's called Imposter No More, where I share some of the tips that we spoke about today. So it's free. If that can be helpful to your viewers, please feel free to download it.
Dr. Gail Gesell, Assistant Professor of Medicine at Harvard University. Thank you so much. I really enjoy our conversations. I feel like I learn a lot more after talking with you about the topics that we discuss. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We all know that age is just a number, right? But for millions of older Americans, particularly those in their 50s, 60s, and 70s, if you are looking for a job, the landscape is very difficult and very challenging. Not only are some of those candidates looking for a job, but they face age bias and discrimination. Older workers, of course, bring all kinds of expertise, maturity, perspective, yet they are often overlooked. Let's talk about this issue with Carly Rozowski. She is with AARP, joining us on the digital desk this morning. Carly, how bad is it for some of those older Americans in their 50s, 60s, and 70s if they need a job? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, many older workers 50 plus do feel that age discrimination can hurt their chances of getting a new job or advancing in their career. New AARP research shows that 64% of workers 50 and older feel and believe they've been discriminated against based on age in the workplace today.
You know, I hate to hear that because more and more people are living longer. They're living better lives, longer and healthier quality of life lives as well. You know, 50 now versus 50, 30, 40 years ago is a far different age bracket and how people are moving around and getting along and the kind of lifestyle they have. Do you have tips for maybe some of those job seekers of older Americans to kind of age-proof their resume?
Sure. We want older workers' resume to reflect the skills and experience they bring and not their age. So we recommend your resume is 2 pages or less. We make sure that the most relevant and recent experience is highlighted. And while you want to include your credentials, you don't have to include your graduation dates. Don't include your street address. And if you're hanging on to an old AOL or Hotmail email account, switch to a more modern service like Gmail. And one best practice that not only older job seekers, but job seekers of any age could benefit from is to bot-proof your resume. So organizations are using bots or these AI-powered tools to do an initial screening to eliminate candidates before they're even seen by an actual person. So in order to get past that initial screening, you want to use industry-specific terms or specific keywords from the job listings that you're interested in.
Do you have examples for us?
Well, terms like digital, terms like, and skills, good communications. Digital native is actually a term we stay away from because older workers tend to not feel that they could apply for a job that describes someone that they're looking for as digital native. But digital skills or skills that they've acquired throughout their career, like good communication, leadership, mentoring, some of those soft skills that older workers tend to bring to the job force are ones that you want to highlight.
Has there been a shift, Carly? Maybe more companies wanting to hire older workers out there? Are there certain initiatives that employers are putting in place for that? Tell me more.
Yeah, so here at AARP, we have an initiative called our Employer Pledge Program that recognizes older experienced workers. And thousands of organizations have signed the pledge since it started in 2012, with almost 500 signing just last year alone. And given employers' need for talent, especially in this tight labor market, it does make good business sense to hire experienced workers. Research also shows that 77% of all workers value their older colleagues for the skills and experience that they're bringing to the job.
That's great news. Great news to hear about that. Can we talk about networking for a lot of those older Americans looking for a job?
Yes, networking is key to a job search. So in conversations with friends or family members, coworkers or former coworkers, make sure to let them know that you're looking for new job opportunities and get their advice or their suggestions. Also, if you're not on LinkedIn, now's a good time to join. You can stand out to employers by making sure you include a profile photo and filling out the skills section. LinkedIn members that have 5 skills listed are 27 times more likely to be discovered by recruiters. They also have groups you can join that provide both virtual and in-person networking opportunities.
Tell me what the landscape is like for older Americans. I mean, I know you just mentioned that companies are hiring older folks here and there. Is it good for them? Is it a good market for them? I know we mentioned off the top that there's some age bias and some age discrimination for some of them out there.
Yeah, it's a very strong labor market and unemployment is at historic lows. But we did ask people over 50 earlier this year if they were looking to make a shift in their job in 2024, and about 14% said yes. And making more money was the main reason, but also wanting to feel valued and looking for more flexible work arrangements. 86% of them did feel confident that they could make a change in 2024. So I believe it's still a positive environment out there for job seekers.
This has been a great conversation, Carly. I appreciate it. Tell us about some free resources that AARP has for older Americans that are looking for work, that are looking for a new job.
Throughout the month of February, AARP is doing free virtual workshops. And you can register today for a day and time that works best for your schedule at aarp.org/jobsnational.
Okay, Carly Rozowski with AARP, we really appreciate the conversation with you and the tips for all those people looking for a job, 50s and beyond. Thanks so very much.
thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The big story today, the impact of balmy breezes, strong winds blowing through across the Mid-South with gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Locally higher gusts can't be ruled out as we go through the course of the day. A couple things to note about these winds. Again, they're going to be warm winds, obviously blowing through the area. We've already had an issue where we had a building in Covington in Tipton County possibly be affected by some of the strong wind gusts over the last 24 hours. You know, that may be a bit more extreme, but there is the possibility that we could get a couple of wires jiggling with the power lines, maybe a couple of limbs coming down. And of course, with the actual frontal boundary moving through the area, you might have a burst of heavy downpours and a burst of wind to come along with it as well that could go 45 to 50 miles per hour. Of course, today, strong winds likely throughout the course of the day. So go ahead and be prepared for that, or at least very close to it. Some gusts, again, will be running up into that 40 mile per hour range, especially across the Delta locations, across northeastern Arkansas and across northwest Tennessee. Severe weather threat tends to be, again, farther to the north of us. We're right on the edge of a severe weather threat for today. But, you know, as we looked at the severe weather parameters last week, so let's back up a couple of days, go back to last week where we had that very broad center of risk that went from Michigan all the way down south to Jackson, Mississippi, and we were kind of in the middle of it. Well, obviously things have shifted, moved northward. The dynamics are in place here for large hail, damaging winds. Even a tornado or two can't be ruled out, especially across northern portions of Indiana. But we're right on the tail end of the strong wind potential as the squall line moves through the area. And again, this is going to be a very thin band of rain and storms that will likely push across the area overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, that will have some rain and wind, some rumbles of thunder, and of course it will come through as you are mostly sleeping tonight. So let's take a look at our hour-by-hour first alert futurecast. Lots of clouds, a couple of peaks of sun still possible. Windy conditions, that's the big story here today. High temperatures will top out generally in the upper 70s, close to 80 in a couple of spots. Another thing about the winds today, we've seen a lot of folks trying to burn things. While I don't understand why. With the dry ground that we've got, the winds blowing through here, those embers are flaring up and going in other locations and starting other fires. There's some large fires across the deep south here. So refrain from burning. Also refrain from throwing out your cigarette butts out this, into the grasses because they are a tinderbox. This is our prime fire weather season anyways, this time of the year, generally February into March. Now, as far as tonight is concerned, we'll drop down through the 60s and 70s. Now, again, this is midnight. Temperatures may be in the 70s. That may be your high temperature tomorrow, technically, in a technical sense. But you, if you are going to be waking up and getting going at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, will not feel the 70s. You're likely to feel the 50s and tumbling temperatures to go along with it as well. Here comes a band of rain moving into the area. And again, it looks very paltry. I don't expect a whole lot with it, but of course, with the amount of wind energy we do have across the area, it would not be surprising to get a couple of gusts amid that thin band of rain, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Notice the temperatures. It's 3:30 in the morning. 60s still hanging out near 70. Notice by the time we get towards 6 a.m., 40s, 50s, and 60s, and tumbling temperatures from there to the 40s for afternoon temperatures. And of course, not only that, a cold north wind to go along with it as well. This is a wintry chill. So tomorrow, a falling temperature regime across the area. We'll call it 58 on average, but again, that's falling throughout the day. 52 for a high on Thursday, back to 58 by Thursday. Notice to the west of us, warmer air building back in across portions of the upper plains. That will be heading in our direction by the time we head towards the upcoming weekend. This front drops southward, and another area of low pressure is going to form on the back side of it. It's going to pull across our area as we head towards late Thursday night into your Friday. Some sporadic showers to contend with during that time frame. It's in and out of here fairly quickly, and then we start the process of a warming trend back towards the weekend. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. 77 today. Chances for rain will be elevated overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. Again, generally after midnight, but the big story here is going to be the wind gusts outside of any thunderstorms. You get those thunderstorms going through there, again, a little thin band of rain. It'll be in and out of your area probably within about 30 minutes time here tonight and into early tomorrow morning. Falling temperatures for your Wednesday. And speaking to that, this is what it's going to look like. This is the feels like temperatures going through the course of the day. 70s closing in on 80 degrees this afternoon, but the big blue norther coming southward. This is a look at 3 a.m. Feels like 55 in Jonesboro. Still feels like the upper 60s, Memphis and Oxford. Feels like 37 in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. By the time we get going at 6 a.m., feels like the 40s It gets even colder. Feels like it's in the 20s and 30s as we go into the mid-morning hours. So bundle up. Again, you might start the day on a milder note in some spots across the Mid-South. Other spots will already start to turn colder. All of us will be colder, though, through the course of the day. And, of course, we'll rebound back to the low 50s. Another rain chance overnight Thursday into Friday. Here we go into the weekend, rebounding back to the 70s. There is some indication, again, that by the time we head towards Monday night into Tuesday of next week, another chance for rain and storms could come down the pipeline, could also feature a few gusty downpours that we will keep an eye on over the course of the next couple of days. Stay weather aware with us on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
But right now I want to talk about how we, as humans, as people, as men and women, how do we look and feel younger? Don't we always want to try and look and feel younger? Of course we do. Well, there is a brand new book I'm holding up right now. It's Younger for Life, and it's written by someone that is very big in today's world, whether it's online, whether it's in his profession, or whether you perhaps have seen him on TV or a podcast. I'm talking about Dr. Anthony Youn joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk. He is a holistic plastic surgeon. He has some 15 million followers. And Dr. Youn, I really appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. I heard you on a podcast last week with Dave Aspen, and I heard you talking about this book, and my wife was so excited to hear that I was talking with you. First, can you just talk about what a holistic plastic surgeon is? Because I know that there's some viewers out there that have no idea what that means. Good morning to you.
Good morning. So yeah, I am a traditionally trained plastic surgeon. I went through 4 years of medical school. I did residency and surgery as well as plastic surgery. And I realized as I had gotten into practice for many years that what I was doing was wrong. And the goal of being a surgeon has always been to bring people to surgery. But I realized that my goal should be the opposite. It should be, how do I keep people out of the operating room, yet help them to look and feel their best? So as a holistic plastic surgeon, I use plastic surgery as a last resort.
That sounds fantastic. And then looking at your book, Tony, do you mind if I call you Tony?
No, it's totally fine.
Perfect. And so this book is Younger for Life, and it's feel great, look your best with new science. And it's a new term that I'm learning about when I flip the pages, autojuvenation. What exactly is that?
So autojuvenation is the fact that your body contains immense regenerative abilities to turn back the clock naturally, but you have to unlock it by giving it the right tools and the right environment for it to do so. And so it focuses on 5 main things that you can make simple changes to. These 5 main things can make huge changes in your skin and your overall aging. And that is what you eat, when you eat, nutritional supplements, skincare products, and non-invasive treatment. So by focusing on these 5 things, I think the vast majority of people can turn back the clock naturally and not feel the need to have to go under the knife.
Tony, what about the very first thing you should do if you are in your perhaps 30s, 40s, 50s, and beyond, and you want to start today, or 2024 is going to be the year that you try to look and feel younger? Where do you begin?
The first place to begin is always what you eat. That's the hallmark, the number one thing you want to focus on, because what you eat is going to truly impact your skin in major ways. And so eating healthy sources of protein, like pastured pork and chicken, grass-fed beef, wild-caught fish. Our skin is composed 70 to 80% of collagen, and that collagen is protein. And so you need to fuel your body with healthy sources of protein in order to keep that collagen up. Second thing I encourage people to do is eat the rainbow of colorful fruits and vegetables. These contain antioxidants which fight the aging process. And on the opposite side, you want to decrease the amount of ultra-processed foods that you eat. These are foods that don't look anything like their original, what their original plant was made out of. And so a Twinkie is ultra-processed because it doesn't look anything like the plant that it originated from. And then the final thing is to reduce the amount of sugar that you eat. 20% of the calories of the standard American diet come from sugar-sweetened drinks. And so reducing soda pop, energy type drinks, and even fruit juices can be very beneficial to your health and to your skin as well.
Is there an optimal age that we can start looking younger? Is there a certain age that we say, okay, here's where you need to start, because if you start beyond this, then we run into some issues?
Well, it's actually never too late to start. And that's the great thing, is we have had people who have done the Younger for Life diet. They have done the 21-day jumpstart from the Younger for Life book. And even in their 70s, and have found significant changes in the quality and the health of their skin, and looking actually 5 to 10 years younger. So, do you need to look younger when you're in your 20s? Well, when we're in our 20s, our skin tends to look great anyway. But anytime after that, you can really see significant changes by making these small changes in those 5 main things.
How do we jumpstart the rejuvenation process?
Well, one very simple way you can jumpstart it, in addition to changing the diet, is to get on a very simple but effective skincare routine. And so I have something in the book called the 2 minutes, 5 years younger skincare routine. It takes just 2 minutes a day. You start by cleansing your skin in the morning. Then you apply an antioxidant serum like vitamin C, and then a sunscreen at least SPF 30. At night, you want to start by cleansing your skin to get rid of the day's worth of grime and makeup and dirt and oil and pollution. And then you want to apply a retinol. Retinol is a derivative of vitamin A, scientifically proven to help fight that aging process and to actually thicken the collagen of your skin. Finally, you want to exfoliate your skin once or twice a week, utilizing a gentle scrub or an alpha hydroxy acid type of peel. That's a great way to kind of jumpstart that process. You make those changes to your food. Ideally, you even take a collagen supplement every day, and that can also impact the collagen of your skin and help it look and feel younger.
Where do people make the most mistakes? If they come up with the same attitude, a great attitude that says, okay, I want to look younger now, I want to feel great, look great. Where do they go wrong, Tony?
Well, we see it kind of in some ways falls on gender lines. So men, where they tend to go wrong is they just don't do anything. They wash their face with bar soap, they don't use sunscreen, and they don't do anything preventative until quite a bit later in the game. With women, it's almost the opposite. Is a lot of women, they do too much to their skin, and they're using so many products with fragrances and unnecessary ingredients that they start breaking out and they get irritation of their skin. And so really going down to that basic 2 minutes, 5 years younger skincare routine that I give in the book that I just explained to you, that whether you're a guy who's not doing enough or a woman who's doing too much or anywhere in between can really, really help to jumpstart that anti-aging process.
I hear so many times about collagen, and I've been off and on with collagen. I hear so many people saying it doesn't really work, it doesn't help, it's snake oil, so to speak. You mentioned collagen just a minute ago. Give me your thoughts on collagen.
Yeah. So yeah, collagen is a large protein, and the argument against it working is that it's such a large protein that your body, has to break it down in the stomach, and how do you know it's even going to get to your skin? Well, the fact is that the collagen supplements that you want to take are hydrolyzed collagen peptides, where they take that large collagen protein and they break it down into individual amino acids or groups of amino acids called peptides. That makes it bioavailable so that you can actually absorb it. And there are a ton of studies that show that taking a hydrolyzed collagen supplement can improve the collagen of your skin. They've even had people take it for 2 to 3 months, and they've biopsied their skin afterwards and have found an increase in the amount of collagen in the skin. So the science is definitely there. If people say the science isn't there, honestly, it's just that they haven't looked for those studies, because there are a ton of them, some of them with over 1,000 participants.
I take several supplements, Tony, but if you had to name the top 3 that people should take each and every day, if you had to name 3, or maybe you have a greater list, maybe 5, what would be the ones that would be on that list?
So the 5 that I recommend people start with, and this is all in the book, is number 1, the collagen that we mentioned, a daily multivitamin because nutrient depletion is real in our food. The next one would be an omega-3 fatty acid supplement, fish oil if you're a carnivore. If you're a vegan, then there's great algae-based omega-3 supplements. And then I would recommend a daily probiotic, at least 3 billion colony-forming units. And then finally, an antioxidant supplement, ideally one that contains a variety of antioxidants like resveratrol, because this can fight the oxidation process, which is one of the main causes of aging of our bodies.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Let's talk about traumatic brain injuries for a moment. There are so many different kinds, and at Regional One Health, they see people with traumatic brain injuries, all different facets of it, and they treat them right there at the hospital. Let's bring in someone who knows a little bit more about the treatment that happens there at Regional One Health. I'm joined right now by Asia Burks. She is the coordinator for traumatic brain injuries at Regional One. Asia, good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about traumatic brain injuries and what types that are out there that Regional One treats. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on today. And the different type of traumatic brain injuries that we do treat, there's 3 different kinds. There's the first one, the concussion or mild TBI. There's moderate and there's severe. That first one is generally not life-threatening, and it has symptoms of brief loss of consciousness, vomiting, being lethargic, and memory loss. And the moderate is a loss of consciousness for up to 24 hours, where that severe is a loss of consciousness for more than 24 hours.
How many patients do you treat with traumatic brain injuries in a given year, Asia?
Yes, last year we treated about a little over 1,000 TBI patients.
What considers a traumatic brain injury? Is there like a definition out there?
Yes. So a traumatic brain injury or a TBI is a blow or jolt to the head that disrupts that normal function of the brain.
Okay, and what are some of the best practices to protect yourself and your loved ones from having one?
Yes, so in order to protect yourself from getting a TBI, we do suggest wearing a helmet when biking or doing any type of outdoor recreational activities. Follow safe driving protocols. Be sure to follow the speed limit, as well as wearing your seatbelt and taking precautions to avoid falls around the home.
You know, I would think there'd be a lot of sports injuries out there with some of our youth that are very active in all kinds of different sports. Is that something that's pretty common?
Yes, so that's actually one of the 2 top leading reasons for brain injuries. It's a fall and also motor vehicle, and that also causes recreational activities like football, soccer, any type of jolt or impact to the head.
Okay, so traumatic brain injury awareness, what is that, and what do you want people to know about it that they may not already know?
Yes. So in regards to that, it's just making sure that you protect yourself. We know that life is definitely unpredictable and things go on. But with my position here as coordinator, my top things is to identify the needs and developing goals for individuals with TBI, and developing and maintaining information on community resources. So if there's anything in regards to legal, financial, therapy, ongoing support sessions, we're here to support that.
Is there a place that people can go to online to learn more about not just traumatic brain injuries, but also the kind of help that patients can receive, and perhaps if anyone has any questions?
Yes, we have a state website as well as Brain Links. And also the hospital here does provide programs to the community. And those are the fall prevention that we provide, distracted driving and violence prevention, hospital violence and intervention program. And if you have any type of questions or any needs, you can contact Trauma Outreach at regional1health.org.
Okay, Asia Burks with Regional One, thank you so much for giving us the scoop, the 411 on brain injury and specifically traumatic brain injuries. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
There's another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. We're back in 60 seconds. There is the first U.S. lunar landing in more than 50 years that is happening right now. We have NASA expert Joel Kearns on the Action News 5 digital desk to explain to us this incredible breakthrough and something that is happening that the whole country should be watching, or at least is certainly tuned into. Joel, good morning. First, tell us about, for those that aren't familiar with what happened in this launch about a week or so ago, tell us where we are at this point, when the landing's supposed to happen, and some of the goals and objectives behind this mission. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, about a week ago, a U.S. company named Intuitive Machines launched their lunar lander that they built from Florida, and yesterday morning it went into orbit around the moon to prepare for an attempt to land on the lunar surface today. This is the first time a U.S. company has built its own lander and has gotten it all the way to lunar orbit to get ready for a landing on the moon. And they're going there not only to do work that NASA asked them to do, but to do commercial work with commercial payloads for other customers that they found besides NASA.
That's fantastic. I love this. I've covered the NASA program intimately during my career when I worked for an Orlando TV station. Can you tell us some of the goals and objectives behind putting cargo on the surface of the moon?
Mm-hmm. So it's been many, many years since the U.S. NASA or anyone else in the U.S. has landed robots or people on the surface of the moon. But there's a big pent-up demand to do scientific studies, as well as to see if organizations could exploit some of the resources on the moon for the future, or even use the moon as a jumping off point to go to other places like Mars or other destinations for human explorers. So we have 6 particular experiments we're paying this company to bring near to the south pole of the moon. And they have gone off and gotten other work that they're doing that companies are paying them to do to bring to the moon.
I'm curious about those 6 experiments. What can you tell us about those experiments? And can you give me the reasons why the southern part or the south pole of the moon is the reason why this landing is happening?
Okay. The types of experiments we're doing in this particular commercial mission have to do with understanding the environment of the south pole of the moon, whether that's what the soil looks like or what radio waves look like when they're down by the south pole of the moon, technologies like how easy is it to communicate back to Earth or know exactly where it is you landed or how much fuel you still have in your spaceship if you're doing one of these landings on the moon. And then also things like examining what the rocket engines do to the surface of the moon of the actual spaceship that you're landing down at the South Pole. Now, the reason the South Pole's of interest is that it's a very different place than we've sent robotic explorers and people in the past. We think we can uncover lots of scientific questions about the origin of the moon, which is really similar to the origin of Earth and the other rocky planets in our solar system. But in particularly at the South Pole, we have a lot of evidence that there is ice buried underneath the surface level of soil. And if that's true, we could probably use that ice as a way to do sustainable human exploration in the future where we don't have to bring everything like air and drinking water all the way from Earth to astronauts that'll be on the moon.
I find all this very fascinating, Joel. I appreciate it. Tell us about, I'm hearing from NASA about this lunar economy. What exactly does that mean?
Well, probably in the simplest term, it's that we want to encourage other people to pay these companies to do their business on the moon instead of NASA, in effect, paying everything at the companies. So on this particular flight by Intuitive Machines, there are 6 NASA payloads, and there were 6 payloads that they got from other people under commercial contracts. Now, so in the simplest way, it's just having other people also do their work on the moon. But in a broader sense, we found out that it included right here on Earth in the United States. It turned out years ago that there wasn't a place to go get all the parts you need to make a lunar lander. So the companies that are making lunar landers that we're contracting with had to develop suppliers, high-tech suppliers for things like rocket engines, fuel tanks, and sensors all around the United States. But in the long term, what we're hoping will happen by having these landings done commercially is that other big companies will then go contract with these companies independently to land their things they want to do on the moon, on the surface, or in orbit around the moon for all their own reasons that have nothing to do with the scientific work that we're planning to do. We really believe that someday for resources or other things that are of value, that there'll be a whole ecosystem, an economy around the moon, and we want America to have a major role in that.
How far are we from exploring Mars? And I know that being at the moon, or at least having resources on the moon, is part of that overall grand scheme, right?
Right. Well, we explore Mars today with robots, but there are certain things that only people can do, right? So we have robots and rovers and things exploring Mars today. We have satellites around Mars. But we really view going to the moon and learning for people to live and work on the moon as being the practice run and the jumping off point to eventually send human explorers to Mars. It's going to take a while to get to that point, but the work we're going to do over the next couple of years on the moon is going to prepare us for that, both how we work in deep space and what technologies we need to go all the way from Earth and the moon out to Mars with people.
Joel Kearns with NASA. I really appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk. Fascinating interview. I could talk about this all day long. Really appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk. Congratulations and best of luck to everyone there at NASA. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always here at the Digital Desk look for ways to improve our life physically, mentally, emotionally. Well, there are always ways that we can do things maybe a little bit better, a little bit different based upon some new research out there, some new techniques. And apparently there are some breathing techniques out there that can improve our mental health. And joining me now to talk more about this is Allison White Stewart. She is the supervisor of Living Well Network with Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. Allison, good to have you on the digital desk. How are you this morning? I cannot hear you, Allison.
It's great to be here. I'm great. How are you?
Good. Now I can hear you. I'm much better now. So tell me about these breathing techniques, Allison, that can improve our mental health.
So there's a few breathing techniques that we can discuss today, but you know, the good thing about breathing is that research shows us that it can lower blood pressure, it can calm our minds, it can even change our immune system. And so it's also helpful to regulate our mood, which helps us stay calmer and more effective, right? So one that I really like to do is diaphragmatic breathing. So the diaphragm, of course, is right here. And diaphragmatic breathing is what we call belly breathing, essentially. And one of my favorites is by a man, he's a psychiatrist named Dr. Rahman. And he says if you exhale twice as long as you inhale, that brings you to a calmer state. So if you breathe in for 4 seconds, hold for 1 second, and breathe out for 8 seconds, and hold again for 1 second, and then repeat that a couple of times, that's going to calm your mind down. So that's one that I really like to do. Another one is just called simple breathing, where you would breathe through your nose, not your chest. So breathe through your nose and then exhale for 4 seconds by making a little sound with your mouth, like a little whooshing sound. So you would breathe in for 4 seconds through your nose and breathe out for 4 seconds. So those are two really good ones. If you Google breathing exercises, there's tons of them on the internet. There's also YouTube videos that will go more in depth into the breathing exercises. But breathing has been shown to really make a difference in your overall health.
Can you tell us some of the reasons why something as simple as just monitor your breathing or trying different breathing techniques like from, your chest versus your nose and mouth, how these kind of techniques can improve mental health? I mean, I know that, for example, many people out there, if they're about to speak in front of a room, they might take a deep breath to kind of calm their nerves. Is it something like that?
Absolutely. So our mind and our body are connected, right? So just like you said, if we're going and speaking like today, I was a little nervous talking to you today. So I took a minute and I did some diaphragmatic breathing and I breathed in for 4 seconds and breathed out for 8 seconds. Again, it gets my body less tense and it brings my mind to a calmer state.
Gotcha. If someone is watching right now, there's thousands of people that watch and maybe they're at work or in the office and they want to improve their mental health. Can you do it at work and what would you recommend at work?
The good thing about breathing exercises, you can do them anywhere. You can do them while you're driving. You can do them while you're sitting at your desk. You can do them while you're laying down trying to go to sleep at night. And so again, it can just take 5 minutes a day. Even 5 minutes a day of breathing, intentional breathing, has been shown to affect our health in a good way. So again, you can do it anywhere. And again, simple breathing might be just breathing through your nose for 4 seconds and breathing out through your mouth for 4 seconds. So those are very simple breathing exercises you can do anytime, anywhere.
I appreciate that, Allison. Is there a place we can go online with Methodist to maybe perhaps learn a little bit more about various breathing techniques?
Sure. So the Living Well Network has a website. It's www.thelivingwellnetwork.org. We have lots of information about a variety of things for your mental health. So it's a really good resource to have. And just go on there and see what we got for you.
All right, Allison White Stewart, Living Well Network, Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare, breathing us into a better mental health state. Thanks so very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, there's another live look from our High Five camera out east, Senatobia, Mississippi, the Northwest Mississippi Community College there. We'll be talking about your forecast in 60 seconds. Do you remember after the end of the school year last year, third graders, there were a lot of parents across the state of Tennessee in a panic that their third graders would be held back because of reading comprehension, TCAP scores, and proficiency levels not up to state standards. Well, there may be an issue once again at the end of this coming school year because it's now, those third graders are now fourth graders, and again, there is a reading comprehension test that they have to pass. Let's talk about this issue and much, much more with Laura Testino with Chalkbeat Tennessee. Chalkbeat Tennessee is a nonprofit. They focus on education all across the state of Tennessee. Laura, good morning to you. Am I saying that right? What am I missing in your article? Good morning.
Yeah, hey, good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me. Yes, so there is going to be, not only for the third graders again this year who are new to third grade, new to this law across the state, there's still some of this aspects of this law that will impact fourth graders. And so just to kind of remind everyone what this law is, it was passed in 2021 by the legislature. We're at this point, right, kind of still maybe in the throes, maybe on the way out of the pandemic at this point. But the idea was, right, we're going to have learning loss from students who, have not had the most consistent education experience throughout the pandemic. And we really want to focus on early literacy, which tons of education research shows is linked to several good outcomes for students. And so that's kind of what lawmakers wanted to achieve with this. And like other states implemented this retention measure that they said, okay, if we're not seeing success in early literacy by third grade, we're going to suggest that these students be held back so that they can get to proficiency. But the way that this law is set up, there's lots of different pathways to essentially getting supports. And so what ended up happening at the end of last year, well, we had 60% of students across the state of Tennessee. So that's something like 43,000 students ended up not making that proficiency mark on the TCAP test that they take every year, which for many third graders, it's the first time they take a standardized test like this. There were several exemptions and support measures built into the law such that only 1% or less than 1,000 students across the state of Tennessee were ultimately retained. But by fourth grade, the law basically says we want to know for sure that these support measures have worked. And so there's this measure that the law calls for that's called adequate growth. And the state school board just approved last Friday what that measure will look like. And it will actually apply to about 12% of students in the fourth, or who were third graders last year, fourth graders this year, who've been doing things like tutoring or went to summer school. And this measure basically says we want to see if you're not reaching proficiency on this test, we want to see that you're reaching a very specific measure of growth and that you're making progress towards being proficient on this test. I can talk a little bit more about that, but that's sort of what we're going to start seeing here as testing ramps up for the spring.
Okay, Laura, I follow you so far. And just so our audience knows, last year when there seemed to be a panic among parents of third graders, there were, I think, around 60% or so that were in danger of not moving on to the fourth grade. But in actuality, was it like less than 15% that were held back, or even less than that, right?
That's right. Yes, I can go through that just one more time. But 60%, I know I saw I froze a little bit, and so hope the audience can catch this. 60% were at risk for being held back just based off of their test score alone. But again, this law, while it has the retention component of it, is also really focused on getting students supports for reading so that they can progress. And so essentially only 1% of students were held back in third grade across the board. But what we're seeing now that we're talking about with this new measure that is going to happen in fourth grade is essentially the story wasn't over at the end of third grade for these students. They were going to summer school, they were going to tutoring. And so now about 1 in 4 of the students who initially tested at risk are going to have to pass another measure to avoid being retained in the fourth grade. And while we've talked about now a lot of the different pathways that third graders can have to, even if I'm not making the grade on the test, I can go to all of these supports in the fourth grade, or I am exempt for certain reasons. There's not as many pathways once you're in the fourth grade and you are really required to make this adequate growth measure or test proficient on the test. There's not as many pathways to get to fifth grade with the same type of supports. And ultimately it just would kind of end in retention for these students and not being able to go to fifth grade.
So, Laura, I feel like it's going to be history repeating itself. I mean, here we go again, same type of situation where they have to pass a certain standard or else. I mean, do you see that happening once again in your best educated decision?
For fourth grade, it will be that smaller subset of students from third grade. Third grade, of course, will kind of be the same story as last year, and depending on the parent and the school's familiarity with the law, you could see different outcomes of how surprised people might be at the initial set of test scores or not. But the interesting thing that came out of the Tennessee State School Board meeting on Friday, where they passed this provision that essentially came up with a formula that said, individualized to each student, here's how much we want to see you grow toward proficiency if you're not quite there yet, is the board took an interesting stance and said, hey, the law actually allows us in the same breath to apply all of these rules and policies for laws. It also says that we can serve as an advisory to the legislature. And so a resolution was floated by one of the board members there that would essentially say that the state board could come up with some proposed changes to this law. This state board, includes education administrators, even a previous fourth grade teacher, that would maybe put more of these supports in earlier grade levels and take a different look at these retention pathways in ways to the next grade. So the board meets again on March 4th, where they may see those resolutions. And there's certainly, in addition to this board, pushback from other educators, some school board members in different districts to really reconsider pieces of this law. Of course, the legislature's in session now, so it is possible that there could be changes, but of course, whether to be seen up to be seen whether those could really take effect for this year's third or fourth graders, or if it would again only impact future third and fourth graders.
Yeah, we're almost into March right now, just about a week or so away, and here we go again. Anything else? We have thousands of people that watch us here on the Digital Desk, Laura, you know that. Anything else we want to mention before we let you go with regards to this story?
Sure. Story and other reporting is, of course, on chalkbeat.org. But just for parents out there, I would just say, really make sure that you're in touch with your student's teacher. Even in first and second grade, there's some just kind of testing benchmark points to understand whether this law might eventually apply to your child in third and fourth grade. And for those in third and fourth grade, just really keeping in touch with the teacher, really kind of paying attention to when this TCAP test is going to be, and making sure you sort of understand the outcomes, and that if you're not proficient on that third grade test, that doesn't mean immediate retention, but just understanding, depending on which pathways you take, there could still be this outcome in fourth grade where, if you're taking a certain pathway, there's still another test. And so just, being sure that you're involved with your students' education is the best way kind of to understand how this might impact you.
Laura Testino, always giving us a deep dive into so many education stories across the state and certainly affecting so many of us here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Thank you very much for your reporting. Chalkbeat Tennessee, certainly a great nonprofit that covers education across the state. Laura, thank you. Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to go now to one of our friends who gives us such great knowledge when it comes to getting a job, looking at the job market, resume help. Angela Copeland, she's Vice President of Recruiter.com. Angela, good morning. How are you?
Hey, thank you for having me.
No, I appreciate you making time for us because it is such a workers market out there. Employees really have a lot of options right now beginning in 2022. And we want to talk about resumes and the best way to let your resume kind of speak for yourself, stand out, and some of the mistakes that people make out there. But let's begin with making that resume stand out, Angela.
Well, this is such an exciting time to be looking for a job, but the thing that you need first is you need a resume. So even if you don't need a job today, but you're thinking sometime in the next few months, get started and have one ready. I think that is the first mistake that people make, is that they wait until someone says to me, email me your resume, and then they've got to start from scratch. And it's just like a total panic trying to get it together.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, no question. And so once you get that resume developed, what are some ways, I guess, that you could enhance that resume?
Sure, absolutely. I think the very first thing is you should do the resume yourself. Very often people want to hire someone to write their resume for them. It's a very attractive option, right? Because it's kind of a pain. You're shoving years of experience into 1 or 2 pages, and that's what I would suggest is 1 whole page or 2 whole pages. But I've noticed that when people hire out their resume writing, sometimes there will be errors in it. So you really want to write your own resume. You want to pay very specific attention to things like spelling, because if you do have spelling errors, there's a chance they will just kick you right out. I would also think about the fact that a lot of hiring managers or HR professionals, they will read what is at the top of the first page first. And so really focus your energy on making that portion of your resume look good. Also, if there's a particular job you're applying to, closely read the job description and make sure that anything that's mentioned in the job description that you know how to do is also included in your resume. So the words that are in your resume are just as important as the actual sort of format and look and feel. I mean, it's like you wouldn't show up to an interview in shorts and flip-flops the same way that you want your resume to actually look polished and like you've put some work into it.
What are your thoughts, Angela, on cover letters?
This is such an interesting question. It's very controversial. A lot of people want to say that cover letters are no longer a thing. But I will tell you, when you're applying for a job, if there are 2 equally qualified candidates, of course, they're both going to have a resume. And if one has a cover letter, that one will be given special treatment. And in other words, the cover letter is a chance to really explain why you're a good fit for the job. And that's your chance to sell yourself, because when a hiring manager or a recruiter read through your resume, they're sort of figuring out why you're a good fit. Like they're having to piece it together. But the cover letter is your chance to really explain it to them. So I would take the time to do a cover letter. You want to explain why you're interested in the job, why you're a good fit, and do summarize some of your background. So you will be repeating some of the things that are on your resume on your cover letter.
Yeah, great advice there. Are there, and you mentioned, making sure that you do the resume yourself so you get a nice, accurate depiction for that prospective employer. Are there any structures out there, Word, do they have any advantages when it comes to building that resume? Is there any place you can go to really kind of use, some software?
It's a good question. So The way that your resume looks, I really think it depends on the industry that you work in. If you work in a traditional industry like engineering, I would go with a much more straightforward look to your resume, like a more old-fashioned look. If you work in sort of a hip industry like marketing or possibly sales, I would look for something that's more stylized. So Microsoft Word does have templates. Interestingly enough, the website Etsy.com also sells resume templates that are really quite stylized and nice if you're working in marketing, for example. So there are places that you can look for these stylized, resume formats, but I would not use them unless you're working in an industry that is especially sort of hip and cool.
So on one of the websites, and I'm just looking here, my producer and I were checking this out, it mentioned something about the possibility of maybe adding hobbies or interests in a section on your resume, just to kind of, go with that work culture that a lot of corporations and a lot of different offices are going towards. What are your thoughts on maybe putting interests and hobbies on that resume?
It's a good question. There have been times in my own career where I have included hobbies and interests, and there have been times where I've absolutely left them off. So I would say it really is a case-by-case basis. I would think about why you're adding them. So for me, I started out, my undergrad is computer and systems engineering. I started out as a computer programmer. And when I was trying to get employers to see me as more than someone who writes computer code, I started including hobbies. But of course, I picked hobbies that were interesting, like travel, that could get a conversation going. Another potential place to include hobbies is if you're looking to transition away from your current industry, and if in some way your hobby aligns to the industry that you want to move into. So it's both really, am I trying to get an employer to just see me differently, or am I trying to get an employer to understand how I might fit into their industry?
Excellent, excellent. Now, there's something else when it comes to follow-up, because a lot of us, want to hear right back, right away, on demand. What's the employer? Are they interested? What do they think of this? What are your guidelines for following up after you send your resume?
That's a good question. I would say if you know who to contact, feel free to send them an email. Or if you've had an interview, send them a thank you email afterward. And, every, say, 2 weeks or so, it's appropriate to send a follow-up email. I would not send too many because you may be sort of labeled as sort of difficult or annoying, but you do need to get an answer. I would say don't assume that you will get a job, no matter how qualified you are for it. If you really need a new job, keep looking until a company actually gives you an offer, because anything could happen. Like, for example, they could put the position on hold completely, or the hiring manager could leave the company and they could decide not to hire the position, or they could decide to hire in the future. So just keep looking until you actually have a job offer in hand.
Okay, let's talk now about some of the mistakes that people make on those resumes. We've talked about the enhancements, now things that are completely wrong.
There are a number of things that people can really work on their resumes. One of the big ones I would say is look at the email address that you're using on your resume. So a lot of folks like to use email addresses like AOL. And what that communicates to the employer is that you're a bit out of date in terms of technology, and you don't want that being the thing that you're communicating. So look for something like a Gmail email address that would be a good fit. You also, when it comes to email address, you want to use an email address that is related to your name. So not a hobby, not like horseback rider at AOL.com. And you also don't want to include anything in that email address that is an indication of your age. So many people will put their birth year in their email address or the year they graduated from high school. You want to steer clear of any of that information. I would leave off a photo. Do not include a photo of yourself on your resume. That is done in some countries, but in the US, people do not include photos on their resume. It's an unusual thing to do. So those are a couple of areas that I would start with. Again, keeping things honest and consistent. So look for errors that are spelling errors, but also, make sure that, you're not fibbing, because it could get back to your previous employer. And that's not how you want to start out with any new job.
Okay, so we got the resume all situated, all nice and pretty for everybody. Then you have to do something about your social media, right? Because a lot of times when we'll hear somebody or we'll meet somebody, they'll immediately go and see if they can find them on social media, and you want to make sure that's legitimate, right?
Well, so yes, it's interesting because, 20 years ago, this was sort of a non-issue, but we've all been posting for the last so many years on Facebook, for example. And so there's a huge history of information available about us on the internet. If you are starting to launch a real job search and you're starting to have interviews, I would go in and at a bare minimum, I'd look at your privacy settings. Look and see what could someone see on your Facebook, on your Twitter, on your Instagram if they were not friends with you. Because you want to be sure that anything public really represents the brand that you're putting forward in the job interview. I do think this is a real issue. Many times you talk to job seekers and they assume that a company would never Google you and would never look things up about you, but they do. They really do. So you want to do it first and make sure that what's out there really represents you in the best way possible.
That does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. We got Action News 5's midday coming up at the top of the hour. You can be sure to count on Ariana Poindexter and Maggie McCauley. They'll take you through the next hour with all the news and weather you need, including a change in the temperatures and also showers on the way this week. So be sure to tune in for that. And then join us once again for another edition of the Digital Desk, bright and early at 7 o'clock each and every weekday morning. We go from 7 to 11 for you. Have yourself a great one.